Yes.
Fuck AI. Fuck cheese. Sure. You know what? Let's ban cheese. No one's allowed to eat cheese anymore.
No, you can't do that to me.
I will fight you.
Yeah, no,
I will fly
for that.
I'm sorry.
I will book a flight to Florida in the next 15 minutes.
I'm sorry, you're from a liberal state. They don't accept flights from there anymore.
All of Wisconsin is going to secede.
I will book a flight to Texas and then a second flight to Florida.
I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. Cheese is banned. It's happened.
You literally do make the rules.
I know. Did. Cheese is... I wish. If I made the rules, cheese would be banned.
Cheese did not survive the Black Sun.
I'm talking about real life. Let me be God. I will remove cheese.
How can you do that?
Okay, fine. Let's compromise. I'll remove the nasty-ass Velveeta and American cheese. You can have provolone.
You can have Velveeta. We keep American.
Velveeta's fucking
It's the
disgusting.
Best melting cheese.
No, God, no. It's not the best melting cheese.
There are so many other better
cheese
melting
is fucking
cheeses.
Munster.
Yeah, you got Munster.
American cheese is not so bad on a burger.
Like, American cheese is like fucking plastic. It's disgusting.
It is.
But it has the salts that makes it melt well.
It's processed. It's processed cheese.
I mean, arguably all cheese should be processed.
But it's processed is not inherently bad.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Okay, I'll give you that.
No, just put like just be an adult and put some provolone on your burger, and then put some provolone on your mac and cheese.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can still have like your Kraft mac and cheese because that's not real cheese; it's powder. Like that can't be banned. That's just cheese flavoring.
Mm-hmm.
All of your cheesesteaks are too bad for us to get into right now. We must just simply start.
Right, we gotta get into this PTSD sesh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna have some fucking PTSD if anyone ever fucking brings up some nasty ass Velveeta American ass cheese again.
Stop.
Well, you know what? We can't.
Your takes are too bad.
We can't hold it against. We can't hold it against Adar. She's from Texas. They have weird things with Velveeta in the South.
I'm from
queso?
fucking Florida.
Are you talking about queso?
God.
Not specifically queso,
I am from liberal Florida, for whatever that's worth.
Is there a liberal Florida?
Yes, we have like the biggest pride parade in like the entirety of like the south half of the country here.
Basically, yeah. Dinah Shore.
Yeah, Orlando is pretty liberal, and St. Pete, Tampa is super liberal. Mm-hmm. Like, don't get me wrong, like my neighbor's still like a super Trump head, but like in general, it's very liberal.
It's kind of like the opposite of New York, where like New York as a state is incredibly liberal, but if you go like up north, it's incredibly conservative. Florida,
California
as a state,
too
is incredibly conservative, but like it has a lot of extremely.
Do you want to hear? Do you want to hear my favorite thing to tell people that makes me cringe?
People live in cities. Go for it.
No,
go for it, Alex.
No, my extremely God-fearing grandmother said that the day that President Obama was elected was the worst day of her life.
For me, it was Tuesday.
Embisson.
It's so silly.
I tell you what, Adarsh, if you want some points, you get me a video of you buying a block of Velveeta and throwing it in the trash. I'll give you some points.
I'm not gonna buy your points.
You're not. You're buying the destruction of Velveeta cheese.
If he's doing anything with Velveeta, he's throwing a can of Rotel in it.
No, we're getting distracted. My 10 minutes of organizing notes has thrown everything off kilter.
Yes.
Oh. Wait a minute. Let me try it again. There we go. After a very arduous journey, the trials and tribulations of Fortuny Soul and the many questionable things that went on there, the new friends made and the strange dangers encountered. Your journey took you by sea all the way to Milo Harbor and Vekanian soil. It is here where things seem to take a turn for the positive. There was less overt hostility. There was not nearly as much fear. Everything just seemed more pleasant. Good. Great, even. Rowan's poison was handled by the generosity of the citizens of Milo Harbor, and all of the worries that you had were things that were just brought with you. Outer dangers seem to have faded away. But though the inter-party tensions rose, your safety was never in question, and your journey continued, taking you further and further north. Your time trying to reach Puntamen came to a halt as there was a hunt, a investigation, a complete locking of the borders, looking for people relating to attacks, people relating to the poor Robins. The specifics were very much left up to interpretation, but, well, it unfortunately also was left up to a lot of death, as a chance encounter with a lovely fellow who went by the name Osmond, Ozzy to his friends, stole Rowan's identity, killed a bunch of people, and escaped further north. One of few people to break into Vekania and put a target on, well, Rowan's back. But some assistance from the eventual leadership of the south of Vekania got you guys at least past the Belligeor River and further up, where you made your way to Dole Sari. And it was here that, well, the consequences of someone having Rowan's identity really came to pass, and the first of what you expected to be quite a few mishaps and confusions occurred. Once everything was explained, though, the captain was more than willing to get someone who could speak on your behalf, but she just needed a little bit of assistance, finding out what has been making people disappear, why these strange husks of human beings have been appearing, why all of this horrible shit is happening out in the farms in the outskirts of Dole Sari. Your investigation unfortunately pointed in only one direction, something umbral in nature, something powerful and dangerous. So you went out to hunt and found someone else hunting, a small child of no more than 12. And thinking that perhaps he was safer with you than without you, you continued finding a wounded dog and eventually an odor that was being ritualistically manipulated from beyond the grave. Unfortunately, your investigation seemed to have angered this umbral scourge and brought you face to face with it, as it found itself reeling from a very hefty assault by multiple people. But its death was not quite that simple, as it was able to bind itself to the life of that poor, lovely little child who you brought with you, who was more than willing to fight alongside you all. But unfortunately for Gil, the only way to stop this was to bring him about an end. The somber moments of the night eventually brought you back to Gil's home, and a heart-wrenching apology, a heart-wrenching breaking of news. Broken, beaten, and scarred, you all made your way back to your temporary lodgings, where you finally got some rest, and if nothing else, were at least able to have a pillow to rest your heads on. So, I would ask unto you all, as a new morning rises in Dole Sari, the riverbed beginning to awaken to the sounds of active breakfast, a lovely fish stew, and the tones of idle argument from travelers already known to be stuck here until the blockades have been allowed and the borders opened. The sun has risen. And for you all, Rowan, Stree, Frey, Garrett, Mira, what are you guys doing?
I have been awake all night. I have been reading the dog talking book that I picked up. And just like intrusive thoughting all night about Gil and everything. So I'm just anxious and like scared.
Okay.
Do I learn anything about dog talking?
Oh, that's so I mean, it is certainly like, it is a book about not quite the basics, but really it's the kind of thing that would be common sense to us here in the normal 21st century.
Okay.
Reward good behavior. You know, don't hit your dog when they're bad. Yelling at them might make them sad. You want your dog to like you. Things that like you are going to be nicer to you. That extrapolate across an entire book. Things
Fair
like,
enough.
you know, being able to train it to come on command to whistles, things like that.
Okay. I think I will probably like once I realize that I'm not gonna fall asleep anytime soon, I will like take Julius outside and just see how whether he is
I'm sorry,
trained
what
at
was
all.
his name?
Oh, I guess he's probably sleeping. Julius.
Thank you. It almost sounded like you said Julius, and I don't want you
No.
misnaming this poor dog.
Yes, Julius. Actually, no. I will let him sleep, I guess, because he is borderline dead. But I will like maybe make notes about like all of the stuff that it tells you how to train the dog to do, just so I can see if like he is trained to do that stuff when he wakes up.
Yeah, he is. Poor guy is definitely sleeping. I mean, you brought him in the room with
Yeah,
you.
of
He is
course.
conked out. This dog snores very loudly.
Great. That's fine.
Like, I think we
I mean, it's
established
fine
in the
with
past
me.
that, like, I think it was Garrett who sometimes snored, was it?
Yeah.
I thought that was mentioned. This dog, this dog's a loud snore. Sleeps upside down, legs in the air, and just snores the entire time.
Great. All right.
It almost sounds
well,
like growling at times. Like, it's like a full-on... It's
I
very
think I
gut-
probably find it calming just because it's like, okay, somebody else is in the room with me, so that's good because I'm like really stressed. So I'm okay with it, but if somebody else yells,
Frey is sharing a room with Rohan, but he would not be comforted by annoying dog snoring noises.
Oh.
well, I mean, I can't kick the dog out, I don't think. So
Well, Frey is gonna go and, what are the other sleeping arrangements?
I mean, I assume Mira's bed is available.
Well,
Oh god,
Frey isn't
I
going
forgot
to-
there was combat last session. I have to scroll so far up to
What
find
makes
it.
you say that?
Split up gang. What the hell are sleeping arrangements? It was Streak and Molly, Roland and Frey, Mira and Cassie, and Roland and Garrett.
Okay. I guess Frey will go and see if he can stay with Roland and Garrett.
Roland is more than willing to, sleep on a floor, sleep in a chair. Like, he'll get out of your guys' way. It'll be up to Garrett.
Garrett will not have been in the room, so he wouldn't. He would
There
not
you
have
go.
noticed.
Well, Frey would definitely ask Roland, do you know where Garrett is?
Oh, he's at the. You would have known where he is. He's at the bar.
He did not hide that information from everyone.
No.
Okay. I think Frey probably would have gone to just kind of like, check on him, not intrude or anything. Just, make sure he's there. What kind of state is Garrett in at the bar? I'm sorry, apparently we need to play through the night.
Yeah, apparently we do. There's a lot more going on during the night. All this because there's a fucking dog snoring.
I just wanted to say that I was reading the dog book.
He would basically just be kind of like I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. He's that drunk guy who's just kind of like visibly drunk, but like is in the corner and like does death glaring anyone who comes close to him.
Okay.
Like he wants his privacy.
Okay. Yeah, Frey won't intrude. He'll just kind of, make sure he's still there. But then he'll go up and I guess well, okay, he's not going to sleep in Garrett's bed because Garrett might come up and Garrett's clearly not in a good headspace. So if Roland is going to go sleep on the floor or something, Frey will sleep in that bed.
Oh, yeah, Roland curls up in like a chair. It's a comfortable chair, but it's a chair.
Frey will drag the blanket from his room with Rohan and give that to Roland.
All right.
Then he'll go sleep in that bed.
Yeah, Garrett's gonna basically get about as drunk as he can get on 9 silver and 4 copper because that's all the money he has in the world right now.
So, Idarsh, you now have access to Julius's character sheet.
Wow. Okay. Amazing. Wow. He has an attack. Amazing.
Listen, it also means you can move his token if you ever need to. So if he's ever in combat,
Yeah.
you're in control of Julius.
Yay.
Unless someone else has
Rohan now has a familiar.
Does he have the stab skill?
He has bite.
His bite, okay.
Anyway. So with that, is there anything else that you guys need to do over the course of the evening?
Nope.
All right. So at that point, morning does arrive, and you all are awoken to the, well, you are all startled into attention by the awakening activity of the bottom of the riverbed, where the first floor is just becoming a bit of a chaotic mess, as it tends to do mornings when they start getting clogged full of people and news of Quintamen not allowing anyone to cross any rivers is happening.
Yeah.
I guess we get up eventually.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe.
nothing's happening. This is on
Probably.
you guys.
I think I want to get out of this town as quickly as possible. I assume we're gonna have to find William and deal with that dude. So
I mean, didn't this all kind of start because we were trying to kill your doppelganger? Is that still the goal here?
I mean, yeah, but he's in Artaviste, so I mean, or he's heading there. So I'm assuming that's where we're gonna catch up to him.
We could just
Yeah.
leave without telling William. I'm just saying, we could just go.
Well, William is still looking for that other earring.
Yeah.
So we could go get the earring and then just go.
I think you and I maybe have similar opinions of William, but I do think he'll probably be useful insofar as we should have somebody to vouch for us, I guess. I don't know. I mean, if anybody here wants him to come with us, it's gonna be Frey, so it's up to Frey.
Are we having this conversation over breakfast or what?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, so Frey will be there too. Well, I think the use of him was to make sure we didn't get into any more trouble with your face popping up in unscrupulous situations.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be best to have him tag along.
Sure.
Is Garrett here yet, or is he somewhere in sight?
He would probably be there. I'm assuming 9 silver can't really get you all night, so he probably would have gone to sleep at some point and still try to wake up early and get there.
Oh, trust me, they've heard what happened. Like, maybe not exactly, but like, people are understanding. If someone wants to get shit-faced on cheap ale, they will help you with that. Like, they know you're helping out with the Ducal Guard, so...
Well, he would still try to be there. He would probably have a killer hangover, but he would...
Listen, we all know the
Try to
cure
be
to a
there.
hangover.
Is more, yeah. So he probably, if they're willing to help him out, he's probably get at least a mug or 3 of ale in front of him already.
Mira is fussing.
Well, I suppose I'll go talk to William then. If you think we'll still be on our way today. And he definitely looks a little uncertainly at Garrett.
Well, we can if we can get the earring, we can leave today. Yeah.
All right. I'll try not to be too long. And yeah, Frey will go see William about that earring.
Alright, you gotta go see a guy about a thing.
Yep.
Where are you heading? His little farmhouse?
Yeah, I guess he'd go right to the farmhouse. It's still early.
Yeah, I mean, it's just after sunrise at this point.
Oh god, it's too early. But yes.
Yeah, I mean, sunrise is about when these places wake up, so... Poor Frey. Oh.
But yeah, he's going to his farmhouse.
You knock on the door, there is no answer.
Frey will knock again.
After a moment, you hear nothing.
Okay. Maybe he's already gone to work then, if he's still working. Don't really know his schedule. But yes, so he will go to the guard place, guard house, or whatever that
Bastion.
was. Bastion.
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
You make your way over to the Bastion produced, and inside you see there is a very, very large travel pack up against the wall. It has a very large bedroll, what looks like a few sticks for, like, a few, like, well-reinforced, like bronze-reinforced, like, sticks for a tent. Multiple blankets, a pillow hanging off of it, rope. You can see there are multiple lanterns hanging off, including one that has a hook that kind of comes forward, so it would, like, go in front of a person. There's one hanging off of there. And you can see William Abney leaning down and tying something else to it.
Okay. Yeah, Frey is going to approach. Looks like you're all ready to go.
Oh, also, you notice he's not wearing a Ducal uniform right now. He seems to be wearing, like, simple, like, light traveling garb. He's got, like, a kind of dark green, almost grayish cloak on. Simple, like, tied, like, deep V-neck, but tied up shirt. Leather vest over it. And, he just kind of, oh, love, you're the half of it. We got it. Oh, we're ready to go.
I don't suppose you had any luck finding that earring?
Oh, and he produces it proudly and hands it to you.
Frey does not take that earring. He just smiles, keeping his hands by his sides. He does not want to think about where that earring has been. And he'll just say, oh, why don't you hold on to it for a little longer until we meet up with the others? They're
He rolls
all
his eyes.
back at the inn.
Of course, love. Now I have to hold on to it.
Keep it close, of course. Don't want a repeat of the last time.
And he heads over to a couple of people, shakes some hands, and throws the very large backpack on. He kind of, like, carefully then proceeds to, he's got a separate buckle, a brass buckle across the front that he ties, and he follows you out the front door of the Bastion.
Okay. Frey kind of, definitely looks a little curiously over his packing, his supplies. Travel like this often?
I mean, no such thing as being prepared, is there, love? I mean, look, I'm not much of a fighter, but I certainly am not going to be sleeping on no flat ground. It's not very comfortable.
I can certainly agree with you there.
I mean, we're free to share it. I mean, it can fit too easily.
Oh, that's most kind of you, but I have my own, which is quite comfortable. And I've gotten rather used to it.
He just kind of nods. Of course, shoot yourself. And, he kind of, like, as he's walking, he kind of, like, has to, like, readjust what looks like a clip or a clasp. You can see where, like, he's being annoyed by the dangling lantern that is in front of, like, up above his head, and just keeps, like, messing with it while walking.
How many lanterns does he have?
So he has a regular lantern hooked to the bottom of his backpack, in the same thing as what looks like a couple of simple, like, cooking pans. He has a second bullseye lantern that is tied off on the side, and then he has a third, looks like a full-size lantern that is up on a, like, there's, like, a stick raising up and then forward, so it's over in front of his head, kind of like headlights for when you walk at night.
Okay, interesting. I have to admit, I don't think I've seen anybody in my journeys yet who has quite that many lanterns about them.
Oh, got main one here. Got back up, and then we got nice careful little bullseye one.
Do you think you need all of those?
Don't know. Why not bring something just in case?
Huh, fair enough. And we still have plenty of room in the carriage.
He considers for a second, then gives a nod. Even better.
Oh, indeed. If only I'd had it all the way from the beginning. Oh, I had to leave a whole trunk of clothes behind.
He just kind of like scrunches his face up and shakes his head at that.
It was such a tragedy. I spent quite a while curating that collection. But no matter. Actually, didn't he give his trunk to somebody? Who did he give it to?
I don't remember.
Can't remember.
Who gave his truck to who?
Trunk.
Oh, trunk.
His heavy trunk of shit. Maybe it was part of the trade for the chickens?
No, he left it behind before that.
Oh, I think he gave it to Molly.
Oh my
I
god.
want to say.
Oh, he did! He did give it to Molly.
Well,
Yeah.
now you have to ask Molly what happened to it. I gotta go check and see what she would have
Oh my
done with it,
God.
because I completely forgot about that. But I'll tell you, she
Okay.
definitely doesn't have that trunk with her.
But yeah, so yeah, phrase saying. Next time I will make sure to have a coach, preferably right from the start.
Oh, my mic was mute, apparently. I thought I hit the temp mute while I was sneezing, and apparently I hit the permanent one. Lovely.
Oh no.
And he, Abney is very jovial during your walk back, and eventually, you guys get back. He seems excited enough about the prospect of traveling with you guys, not just being a Duke Hall guard for a little while, and, being able to help out. He seems to have everything a traveling gentleman would need to survive on the road. But otherwise, any more preparations you guys need to do?
No, not that I can think of.
No.
No?
In that case, you've got about till nightfall's travel to make it to Fairy Key.
Let's do it.
You hit the road with your... So, as you load everything onto the wagon being pulled by Henrietta, the group of Frey, Garrett, Mira, Rowan, and Strieg, accompanied now by Cassie, Molly, Roland, Henrietta, and Julius.
And William.
Probably put that dog in the cart. Shouldn't be walking around on bad wounds.
Yeah. Yes, I will do that.
Julius seems to be a very active dog.
Oh no.
Like, he's not really walking on it. Like, dogs are fine walking on 3 legs.
Okay.
But he definitely, like, he is not willing to take rests for long. Like, he seems to be definitely not an old dog because this dude has some energy. Like,
Okay.
he's definitely got some excitement to the fact that, like, you're going somewhere.
Love that. He should be excited.
Should he?
I mean, I would rather he be excited than have to grapple with the tragedy that has befallen him in the past 24 hours.
All right, then. So, your journey continues. You guys hit the road once more. Garrett, are you doing your traditional wayfinding?
Yes. Sure, I will take wayfinding stuff.
I just looked over and there's just a thing that says, Dave privately rolled some dice.
Yeah, I'm trying to work on a macro that
Okay.
will allow me to automatically add so because the other time we had me do like a heal skill roll versus like a first aid actually healing someone roll.
Oh, okay.
So I wanted to have a macro that would do one and then a macro that would do the other, and in order. And it's different. If you roll heal, it rolls 2d6,
2d6
whereas
takes
if you
the
want to do
higher
first aid,
1d6 plus
it's right. So I want it, but if I increase my heal skill, I want it
I
to
see,
automatically do that, so I don't have to remember how to do that, and I can't figure out how to get that macro to work.
Alright,
So I'm just
remind me
gonna
after the
plus one.
session, or during a break, I'll
Yep.
set it up for you.
Yep, sounds good.
Otherwise, if you would please give me a int notice, Garrett. Let's see what Garrett sees on the trail.
Do I get a negative to this due to my current state?
What's wrong with your current state? You're just, in a rough shape. I mean, no, you're not getting a negative.
That's fine. Just figured I'd ask. That's an 8.
And I hope everyone remembered to heal the previous night.
Yeah.
I
didn't actually get touched at all.
Yeah,
Either.
same.
And so we lose 1 system strain, and that's. I forget when you heal overnight. Do you heal the whole amount, or do you have to?
I believe you heal your level.
It's your level, right? Yeah.
So you'd get 4.
It's a level. Okay, so I would get 4. Okay, yay! That brings me up to.
And if you wanted
7,
to
which
patch
makes me
yourself up,
half.
you could always have done that as well if you'd like to roll a couple of heal checks.
Sure, I will roll a heal check on myself.
Actually, yeah. I will. Can I? Yes.
That's literally the shittiest roll I could have rolled.
Hey, it's just spending system strain.
Yeah, which I don't have to worry about, so I will 2 and 4.
Oh, your system strain's 15 now because it's equal to your constitution.
Yep.
Right,
So I have 2 system strain, 7 and 6 is close enough. I think that gets me to 15.
Can I roll with
Oh,
plus
no,
one?
it's
If
13.
wait, I forget. Is Garrett the one who is the person who's healing you the heal skill you use?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, can I roll with plus one, assuming Garrett will help me?
Yeah. Yeah.
I can
Garrett
just roll
patches
it for
guys
you
up
if you
previously,
want.
though. That's fine.
I got it.
It makes it a little bit easier to tell who was healing what, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Just don't forget to, I might be able to create the macro for everyone that still checks Garrett's heal skill if he's just the group medic.
Of course. He
'Cause
does
then
almost
I think
everything
I can make
in
the
our
macro
group.
also automatically increase your system strain by 1.
Yes.
Amazing. I'm done.
Anyone
I'm
else
full.
need to do any healing or anything?
No healing, but who took the earring from William?
No one else
Did he
asked for
find-
it.
Did he find the earring? Because
Yeah.
last
Yeah,
we
he
checked,
did.
it was in the middle of a goat.
Yeah, he found it.
No, yeah, he
Frey went
found
to
it.
go see him this morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed you
He offered
saying
it
that
to
he found it.
Frey,
My
and
bad.
Frey said no.
So
Because
I guess I'll
Frey
change
can
it.
imagine where that earring has been.
Listen, it was clean. Also, you don't know which one he was offering.
Oh, does he have both earrings?
I think he did.
No, he only had one.
Oh,
No, he
only
would have
had
had one.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So yeah, you do know where
Garrett
that's
had the other one.
Yeah.
And he's not currently wearing it, if anyone noticed.
To be specific, Garrett had the left one and Bill Abney had the right one.
Okay.
If we're being, you know, they're obviously interchangeable, but for the sake of logic, if you were to wear both of them, it would be the one that Garrett normally wears. I'm assuming, for some reason in my head, Garrett would wear it in his left ear. And I had, like, you know, it was a Dragon Ball Z thing in my head, where, like, one person would wear one in the left ear, the other one would wear it in the right. I never stated it, but that was my head canon. It doesn't actually matter.
I get it.
It's up
Headcanon.
to you guys. I'm allowed to have head canon for my own world.
No, I'm saying it's funny because it's their earrings, so it's headcanon. Like, it's headcanon's about heads.
As opposed to when you decide to enchant it again and give it a head canon.
Exactly.
Oh.
Head cannons. That's a cannon that shoots heads out. Just saying.
Okay, so William's not wearing one. If I take the one that he has, then that will be he won't have
no,
it.
correct.
Okay. I will put it on. I will like clean it off as much as I can just to make sure.
Like, it looks clean.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure it looks clean, but like, you know, I still want to know that I cleaned it.
Yeah, I don't think this world understands the concept of germ theory.
I think we've discussed it. Like, we wouldn't know like what germs are, but we
the
would
idea of
understand
clean
that,
is
like,
good.
right? Yeah. So,
But like, we wouldn't know to sanitize it. Like,
No.
we would have rinsed it until all the poop came off, but it wouldn't be
Yeah.
like.
I mean, I would just do it again myself, just
Yeah.
for the.
No,
The
I
piece of mind.
mean, we would probably know that like boiling water is clean.
Yeah, like cleaning is a good thing. That's the basics are there.
Yeah. All right, I will put that earring on.
Is Garrett putting his on as well?
Nope.
All right.
Yeah, that's fine.
And Garrett, you head out ahead and keep your eyes, ears, and senses peeled for anything you might notice. Any trail, any information. And as you hit the hay out of Dole Sari, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Alrighty. So, as Garrett leads, keeping his eyes and ears peeled, a couple of small groups of travelers pass by. Nothing that particularly sticks out. A group of maybe 6 heading south. Another one asking a group of maybe 15, including what seems to be a fairly successful merchant based on the size of the wagon that is full of shit. That would have at least idly asked about the status of the border crossing right now. But otherwise, nothing of particular interest. No abandoned farmhouses with strange lights moving on inside. Nothing negative, dangerous, or strange on your journey between Dole Sari and Fairy Key.
Nice. Love that.
Cross the simple, reinforced stone bridge that is one of the last major rivers. There are many minor rivers that either you have to, like, ford through because they're not that deep, or just kind of they have tiny bridges just to kind of reinforce any sort of major, very large wagon that might have to cross. But the Dukist Valley is, first and foremost, very, very wet. Like, there is always lots of mist, there are many rivers, all of the mountains surrounding it. Like, it has, Vekania is known as, like, I think the land of 1,000,000 rivers, maybe 1,000. Let me check. The Land of a Million Rivers, yes. Because the Dukist Valley is very much heavily river-based, especially Lake Everdew, and as you get further and further on this incline, increasing in altitude, there is just, everything is very, not humid because it's not miserable and hot, but there's almost always the sound of running water. There's always that feel of just like a little bit of dampness in the air. But you do cross that final bridge and continue through the various rolling hills and occasional jutting outcropping to make your way to the banks of Lake Everdew. And as the sun is setting, probably just as the sun is setting, it's like that 6, 7 o'clock hour, maybe 8, like there's little bits of orange left, the tiniest little sliver of sun still in the horizon to your west, but your journey to Fairy Key is one that is wrought with simplicity. I can't believe I got to say that. I'm so proud of you guys.
Yay, simplicity!
Yay.
And the town itself, named after the very, not quite world famous, but the very famous and affluent Fairy Key Inn, is it is the main attraction of the town. It is the main thing. It is a very large, just multiple story, well built up inn that is on an island, some 200, 300, maybe 400 feet out into the lake, into the lovely Lake Everdew. And the bridge, the pier leading to the lake leading to the Fairy Key is peppered with these very dull and almost not quite unnoticeable, but very faint lanterns that just kind of give it this almost like, it almost has the vibes of like a runway where it's very subtle and is not taking away from the natural beauty of the lake or the very dull but homely lit lights of the windows of the inn itself. The rest of the town is simplistic. The woods on the outskirts are scant and almost nothing. It is just mostly rolling hills and the occasional thicket of trees. A small central market is the only thing of incredible interest. Otherwise, it is a simple, nice, small town with a very expensive inn. You are greeted by a couple of Ducal guards who just wave you down with not quite excitement, but expectation. As those of you, Garrett, who are known to see in Vekania, is very much how travelers, especially at night, are treated. That level of, oh, you've made it, come on in. Making sure to let anyone know of any important news, of which there is none. And your compatriot, Bill Abney, immediately kind of cuts off the conversation, and he just runs ahead to them and just, Loves, I'm gonna go speak with them a little bit and let them know what's going on. You'll all get set up. I'll meet up with you in the town square.
Alright, thank you. I'll see you then.
And some fun conversation later. They kind of wave you by, and he seems like he's going to be finding out what's been going on and hopefully figure out if Rowan has passed through recently. Welcome to Fairy Key. It is sunset.
Well, I suppose we could start by getting some rooms.
Yeah, works for me.
Makes sense.
I keep doing this thing where I nod and you can't see me because I'm on the other end of a computer in a completely different state. But yes, rooms would be a good idea.
If you didn't wish to stay at Fairy Key, there is also the still homely, but obviously not quite as high-end Zalweek Inn, which is just kind of this cozy wooden inn with a thatched roof. It's got these lovely little just fresh flower boxes under all of the windows that you pass by on the central main street that goes through the town.
I'm okay staying at Fairy Key.
I don't see why not.
Yeah. Apparently it's famous.
Generally, the cheapest rooms at Fairy Key are going to run about 3 to 5 gold a night.
I mean, I'm fine with it, but, it's up to you guys.
I mean, I have 4 gold.
Okay.
I blew all my gold on drink.
How many of us are there total now?
Yeah, how many
9, I
rooms
think?
do we need?
Okay, so you have 2 animals and 9 people.
9 people?
The 5 of you.
Oh, yeah.
And
Me
then Bill,
him
Abney,
and-
Roland, Molly, and Cassie.
Yeah.
Bill
Okay.
can get his own room.
I have 14 gold from somewhere. I think someone probably gave that to me.
Yeah, I think I did, but that's fine. I have 167, so I can.
Okay.
Christ!
I can get the rooms. It's fine.
I mean, when we actually get the Vekania, we'll be staying at Garrett's estate, so...
Yeah. This is our hopefully last night on the road, so it's fine. We might as well.
I
Or
mean,
not
it's
Vekania,
Artaviste.
it's a
We're in
multi-day
Vekania.
travel from Fairy Key to Artaviste, so...
Oh,
Yeah,
well.
but there's no like big cities between here
Right.
and
No,
Yeah.
there's not even a name town.
Yeah, so that's fine. I think it's worth it. Cool. So that's you just said 9 of us, and
Yes,
assuming
there are
2 for-
9 of you.
Yeah, 2. I guess I should get my own room because I have Julius Sonoris. So I will have a room for me and Julius, and I guess William and Frey can stay together.
No, Frey is
Ruh-roh.
not going to stay with William.
No, okay. I thought that was the whole point. All right.
No, Frey is not going to share a room with him. They are not there yet.
Okay.
I think the man can get his own room. Let's not worry about him.
Well, I mean,
Frey would argue that if we are all staying here together, it would definitely be a slight to leave just
yeah, no,
him.
I agree.
to
It's
fend for
not even
himself.
that I don't want to be mean. It's that I don't want to have the conversation. Like it's not worth the slight like saving 3 gold in order to whatever have to argue with this guy because he's confrontational enough that he will bring it up anyway. So it's fine. I will get rooms for all of us. I'll ask the guy how much it costs for 5 rooms.
Alright, so as you guys reach the docks, the pier that reaches out towards Fairy Key, there is an attendant wearing very fancy, deep, like ocean blue suit clothing, like a large, like flowing jacket, a ruffled blue, baby blue shirt under it. Kind of got short hair, kind of just low enough that it covers like the eyebrows, a bit ruffled in the back and wavy, and just kind of gives this this deep bow and just, hello there and welcome to Fairy Key. If you'll be staying, I can take the reins of your steed. We have stables at the north edge of town where they will be taken care of.
Sure.
Along with
That'd be
any of
great.
your belongings, we will be able to get those loaded in. Can I expect you for how many weeks?
Just for the night.
You see a moment as this poor person is trying to compute that. Of course, we can see what we're able to do for you.
Okay.
Give us another bow.
That makes it sound like it's going to be more expensive to stay for the night. Okay. Well, we'll see, I guess.
Kind of looks. So, 8 of you then?
9. There's one more of us. Somewhere.
Gives a nod. Of course, 9. I will. Please, and they kind of quickly, just kind of like make a loud, high-pitched, but not entirely unpleasing whistle. Like, it's not a hockey whistle where it's like as loud as can be. It seems to be a pretty well-trained signal whistle, and someone from the, you can see someone from the inn itself on the island making their way across the pier. Your mule and your belongings will be safe here, and we will make sure to get them taken care of. Please come with me. And you are guided down the pier to the inimitable and famous Fairy Key. As you make your way to the main doors of this very large and well-built, like, you can see there's a main entry building, and then behind it, a much larger building that's connected. There are a couple of docks off to the side. There's a simple pier where it looks like they probably, like, Garrett would recognize a lake fishing boat. I don't know that anyone else would. I know for a fact Garrett would. There's a couple of those tied off to some simple docks along the north side of the island. And the attendant just kind of carries, again, these small, like, mostly covered lanterns that keep everything kind of dull and quiet. And the attentive among you would notice on the surface and just above it of the lake, as you're kind of wandering, these just slow, silvery blue, almost sometimes white, just occasional slow flashes of light.
Frey would definitely ask, well, what are those on the lake?
Why, those are the fairies, of course, that we're named after. But, not real fairies, nothing like that.
Oh, I was going to ask.
Just, some sort of, ever-do special fireflies there. They live on top of the water, on the banks of the lake, just about everywhere outside of the town itself. Just you wait, it becomes more intense once the sun completely sets. They're at it all night. just about at the end of the season, too. And they kind of, like, ponder for a moment. It really came at about the best time.
Quite magical.
And, the attendant opens the doors for you to the main hall. You can hear there is what sounds like someone playing a harp. It's simple, it's just a simple kind of relaxing tune. A couple of people are sitting next to a fireplace, having a conversation about something you can't really tell. There are a few people sitting around playing a dice game as well. It is...
A little, I definitely take note of the fact that they're playing a dice game, but I haven't decided if I'm up to doing anything about it yet, so we'll see.
Otherwise, it is fairly quiet. It seems like this is very much a just kind of lobby. There is on the far side, there is a twisting staircase on the far left and the far right that go up to a balcony. You can see there is someone who is leaning over the balcony, just kind of watching you guys as you enter. You can't make out features. It's dark up there, mostly shadows on their face. But they just seem to be watching you guys as you enter. Otherwise, it is quiet, laid back. You are guided to the front desk of the lobby, where the attendant gives you another bow. And, I truly hope you enjoy your stay here at Fairy Key. Brief though it may be, perhaps you will find it in your heart to return for a longer stay.
I certainly hope to find the opportunity.
And with another bow, the attendant leaves, heading back towards the pier's entryway. You can see the gentleman who is at the behind the desk, just kind of gives a nod, and he brushes he's got kind of short black hair. He's not nearly as fancifully dressed as anyone else in here, even the people who are traveling, who are presumably travelers sitting and relaxing, are better dressed. He's wearing a simple, kind of basic brown trousers, a shirt that is mostly untied and pretty much makes a V-neck about halfway down his chest. And he just kind of, hello there, what can I get for you? Looking for a few rooms, 4, 5, was it?
5 rooms.
5 rooms, and our attendant said it was only for the night, correct?
Yes. Possible.
One moment, I'm going to need to go get Frankie for this. This is a bit, sorry about that.
It's okay.
And you can see the guy's maybe late 20s. He is obviously very stressed. He turns and, like, he's not running, but he is power walking towards the back beyond the desk.
Oh boy.
Suppose it's more of a holiday destination.
I guess so.
Is this kind of weird to anyone else? Because this feels weird.
You think so?
In what way?
I wouldn't know.
I mean, the dude seems freaked out that we're only staying one night.
Would I know anything about why people would be staying extended stays at Fairy Key?
It's very fancy. It's a vacation destination. It is, it's a case of,
so
yeah.
It's okay. So I'll explain that to the group that this is traditionally a vacation destination. People would come with like their families or their friends, and they would stay here for a week or two, typically more a week, just to kind of get away from either the city life or as a just a big vacation.
Is it just the...
Go ahead.
Sorry. Frey would ask, is it just the lights that draw them?
Part of it is definitely the lights. Part of it would also be just the fact that it's out of the city. A lot of the people who are going to be coming here are going to be coming from Artaviste, and having the ability just to get out of the city, even though it's a wonderful city, but it's you still want to get out of some of that more cramped environment, city environment, to a more not necessarily rural environment, but just kind of out of the city, and the accommodations are top tier, great food. I'm assuming there's some kind of entertainment, etc.
Do we still want to stay here if that's not normal, or do we?
It's your money. I'm gonna be honest here. I'll sleep wherever, assuming I sleep.
I mean, I'm not doing anything. I'm just gonna go to sleep. A nice bed would be nice, but otherwise, it's whatever. But we have already given Henrietta to these people, so we would have to go track her down, I guess.
Would certainly make it easier just to keep staying here if it was just for the night.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, assuming they can do it, we'll wait for this guy to come back. Assuming it's not a hassle, then we'll do it. If it's like they have to mess with a bunch of stuff, then we'll...
Well, I mean, they would have the room. I mean, if they have the rooms available, they have the rooms available, one night or not.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, guess we wait for this guy to come back, Frankie.
A couple of moments later, you see this taller woman, maybe in her 50s, black hair with silver gray streaks in it, hair tied in a bun, wearing a very fine black tailored dress, heels. She is alone. You do not see the gentleman from before at all. She just gives a somber nod. I do so very much apologize for Mr. Marco. He was covering the desk for me. I was overseeing some things.
No problem.
He is normally an attendant for him. She just shakes her head. You worry not. He is there to help keep the quality and comfort of all of the amenities of Fairy Key at their most high.
Lovely.
Now I am to understand that the 8 of you and one more are looking to stay for just the one night.
Yes, we're passing through town on our way to Artaviste, and obviously it's a world-renowned inn, and we wanted to take the opportunity to spend the night here and live in luxury for a night.
Of course, and we are more than capable of doing so. You're looking for 5 double rooms, or
Yes.
we may be able to do so. Are you looking to take advantage of any of the amenities or attractions of the quay? We still have a boat going out for the evening onto the lake.
I mean, I'll look at the others, but I'm not really bothered either way.
There was actually something I was hoping to talk to most of you about tonight, so
Okay. Sure. Yeah, I think we're okay then.
Did we decide who is getting William as a roommate?
We did not.
If there are 5 rooms and 9 of you, he can have his own room.
I think the point was that Julius should be in a room without other people.
he can
Because of the snoring.
he can be in the room with Julius. It's fine.
Sure. I guess that means I'm his roommate. That's great. All right, fine. Sure.
At this point,
that's fine.
Molly just kind of, what is this? And they have a bit of a side conversation for a moment, discussing the apparent boat journey, and eventually she goes over and speaks to Cassie, and they spend about 5 minutes going back and forth, the 3 of them, before Cassie shakes hands with Frankie, and they seem in agreement about something, and the woman known as Frankie, who introduces herself formally as Miss Francesca. Just kind of holds up a finger to you, and one moment. The clock tower suite, your compatriots here, Miss Cascadia and Molly, will be taking for the evening, so I'm going to go show them to that, and then I will show you all to your rooms. Is that all right?
Perfect.
Clock Tower
Yes.
Suite. Ooh,
Absolutely.
that's fancy.
Fancy.
And she heads off, and a few moments later comes back, sans Cassie and Molly.
I assume they're paying for the clock tower suite, right? I'm not paying for that.
Are you asking that? Was that a
No.
character?
No. I'm gonna assume.
Okay.
you know what they say about assume.
Yeah. I mean, Cassie throws her money around even more than I do, so I think...
Maybe ask the concierge when she comes back from showing them to the room, just to be like, just to verify they said they were paying for that or something on their own. You know what I mean?
I'm not doing that. It's fine.
No. Okay.
I feel like it looks classless to be like...
The appearance is more important than the money.
Rohan is a classy gentleman.
That is, he
just
he
self-conscious.
certainly is.
It just feels like not a good look to be like, yeah, I'm paying for the rooms, and then like one pair goes away, and you're like, by the way, I'm not paying for their room, am I? Like, it's fine. I'm sure I can work it out with Cassie in the morning if needed.
So, after a few moments as she arrives back, she just kind of... Right, so that would leave 7 of you. We do have individual suites. Are you looking for double beds or family suites?
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
Doubles would be great.
You're gonna share the bed with William.
Oh, double beds. Not 2 beds, double beds. Interesting. Well, is a family suite two beds per room?
We have a family suite that has a room with a double bed and then another room with 2 separate single beds. I believe we have 2 of those open at this moment, and she says that as she is flipping through a logbook.
Right. Sure. I think we can do 2 of those, and that should be fine. Depending on if...
That would be 6 beds?
Yeah, I guess one person would maybe have to share a bed with someone. I don't know, we'll figure it out.
It's okay, we'll have platonic snuggles.
Yes.
That's
Whatever we gotta
Frey
do.
and Drulius, right?
No!
If anybody has sex while the other people are in the room, I will be upset. Setting a boundary?
That's not classy.
No.
All right.
Garrett
so
just needs to be held tonight, okay? He needs a little.
He just
needs
wants
to be a little
someone
spoon.
to cry into for a little while.
Yeah, he just needs to be
You
a
can
little.
be held. Just let us leave first.
Dear God, I can sleep on the floor.
That's why I said platonic snuggles. You could share a bed with somebody and not have it be
It's
sexual.
a platonic shoulder to cry
I don't.
on, okay?
I'm not disagreeing with that. All I said was, if somebody has sex with other people in the room, I'll be upset. That's all I said. I'm just setting a boundary.
Was that a character?
No. Well,
Half
the
a
sex stuff
character.
was in character. I don't think Rowan would say I'm setting a boundary, but Rowan has definitely never been in therapy, as you can tell from everything about him.
So,
I don't think anyone else in the party is fucking.
I'm assuming
What do you
that
mean
was
by anyone
As far as
else?
I know.
I mean, I assume if anyone is, it will be Frey and Bill, but I guess that's not happening yet.
Oh my god.
You're just gonna wake up to Drulius like humping someone's jacket.
Stop.
I feel like you're being...
We are moving on. We need to move on.
Okay,
right now.
okay, next
going.
subject.
So,
I feel like you're acting shocked, but Bill has said things just as bad as
Anyway.
what I'm saying.
So with that, she flips through a couple more pages, and we can do one night or 2 of the family suites. Would be looking at 18 gold.
Sure, that's fine. I hand it over.
And this will include your dinner tonight and breakfast in the morning as well. It will not include any additional amenities if you're looking for anything specific. Was there anything you were looking to do during the course of your stay? We, of course, will be having the and she kind of like motions out the window as she says it, a moonlit journey by sea to experience the ferries at their most active this evening. One of the last, we are expecting them to leave any day now. Otherwise,
That's
we also...
what our 2 friends were saying they were going to do, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, we also have a massage parlor. We have a hot bathroom, where that includes massages as well, if interested. We have an on-site barber for any sort of additional cleaning cuts or otherwise that you're interested in.
And these are all additional.
Yes.
Just to verify.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank
this
you.
is all any additional things you wish to do.
Alright, so if we just want to take like a regular bath or whatever, That's not included. It's one of the special.
No, there's a regular. That was the hot baths. Like they have, yeah, they have like, you know, just fresh water for baths, things like that.
Cold baths.
Yeah, I
fine.
mean,
It's
you
like
know,
room temperature,
yeah, room temperature.
as opposed to like a sauna or whatever.
Oh, well, as much as I would like to be able to fully indulge in your offerings here, I suppose just the room will be enough for me.
Very well. If you change your mind, feel free to find any of our concierges, and they will be able to get you signed up for any of our activities or amenities. We also should this evening, and she checks a pocket watch, about an hour and a half, we will be having a small concert in the theater wing. It is free for all of our guests.
Lovely. Thank you.
And with that, she shows you to the 2 rooms. One is on the lakeside wing, the other is on the south wing. The one on the lakeside wing is has a main window. So there is a main room, and then there are 2 separate side rooms. One is a master bedroom, one has 2 more single beds in it. In the main living space area, there is a almost floor to ceiling, maybe 14-foot wide window, set of double windows that looks out over the lake itself.
Wow, that's lovely.
Frey would like to stay in that room.
So maybe before we split up, Mira wanted to talk about something?
Yeah.
Yeah. But what are we gonna do with Roland? I mean, I guess
how
he
do you
can.
get Roland
He can.
away from you. He's like attached to fucking.
I guess he can come.
We're having this conversation in front of him?
It's fine.
I mean,
Wait,
you
so
could
is
probably
the
just
question
tell
what
him
we're
to
going
get
to
lost.
No, it's okay.
is the conversation what we're going to do with him?
No.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
So,
I thought you were asking, like, all right, guys, we need to have a little powwow. What are we going to do with Roland? And he's standing right
stuck to
there.
my shoe. Can you help me get rid of him?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
yeah.
That's why I was like, are you sure you don't want to send him somewhere?
Okay, guys, how are we gonna kill this kid? Points over shoulder with thumb.
Just bring him with you the next time you go Umbria hunting.
Oh no.
Yeah, he can come with us, I guess. I
Alright.
think it's fine.
So after you guys see both of the rooms, you coalesce in the second one, the one that is on the lakeside, overlooking the lake itself. All of you kind of like sit down there. Most of your things are being brought to the rooms essentially later after they take care of Henrietta and your wagon. But yeah, I mean, you all get together. Everyone is here except for it will be the 5 of you, Roland and Julius, I guess.
Oh, is Bill here?
You have not seen him.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be privy to
Agreed.
knowledge.
Yeah, the guy who's like your fucking get out of jail free card, so you're not stuck in every town being arrested.
Not this knowledge.
So, yeah, you guys all kind of settle in. There's a couch, a couple of nice chairs. All of it is centered around the, There's also a fireplace if you wish to light that, but the chairs and couches are centered around either the fireplace or the window.
Sorry, can I call a quick break? I really want to be here for this conversation, but I'm suddenly feeling really sick. I'll be right back.
We will
Oh,
go ahead
no.
and take a quick 2
Oh
minute.
no!
Trying to find a. We're having a meeting right now. A group meeting.
You're trying to find a way to get back in character. Yes, you are comfortably in this room that overlooks Lake Everdew. It is a very quiet night. It's chilly, but not freezing by any means. And you all have coalesced here in this living room of the family room that at the Fairy Key Inn.
Yes.
Cassie and Molly are nowhere to be seen, and you have not seen your good friend Bill Abney since you arrived and he headed off with some of the Ducal guards. Julius is here too.
Yay. Well, Mira?
Mira?
She looks very, very nervous.
Okay.
She's not exactly like wringing her hands or anything, but she definitely has them like clasped together and like maybe shaking a little. Since we're getting pretty close to Artaviste and well, I guess because of what happened back in that house, I thought maybe I should tell you all something. It's just very difficult because my father told me I never should have, or I never should, that it would be really dangerous, but I think it's important. Or it could be, at least. And I don't want anyone to get in any trouble or hurt or anything because of me. I lied about where I came from, I guess.
Okay.
When my father was very young, he had a daughter who died. And he tried to bring her back. And he made me instead. So that's it, basically.
He made you?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. I wasn't born or anything.
I mean, are you that daughter brought back in some way, or?
Her heart is inside me, I think. But
You mean that
not
metaphorically? I do have to
no.
ask. Okay. Okay.
I mean, she like, she always wears gloves, but she like
Yeah.
pulls them off and like holds her hands out. Is anyone gonna hold her hand?
Sure. I will.
She's not warm.
Okay.
Also, she probably doesn't like actually have fingerprints.
Huh.
Now that you think about it, like her skin is stupidly perfect and doesn't really seem to have pores.
Yeah.
So, are you a risen?
I don't think so. I don't really know what I am. But I guess I'm not really a human.
Okay.
No.
But you're still Mira.
I guess so.
Is
Yeah.
anything else you told us a lie?
No.
It's okay.
So why is this an issue for where we're going?
Well, I think I'm not sure, but I think my father was a teacher at Lucian Ray. And, you know, if they do look for that kind of magic stuff all the time, I don't know if something about me might be recognized.
That man at the cabin.
Yes.
Do you think he
Yeah,
recognized you?
he said something about how the way I kind of absorb magic. I think he said that he recognized it, that it was something that they did at Lucian Ray or something like that.
You know if
Father
there's
Father never really talked about his life before very much. And now that I don't have any of his papers or notes, there's not really much
Yeah.
I can say
He
for
said,
certain.
yeah. He thought that you were an agent of the Lucian Ray, because apparently only they have the ability to absorb magic like that, which, I mean, I would feel that anyone who's adept enough would be able to create some kind of spell to either use on themselves or someone else to do that. It wouldn't necessarily have to be the Lucian Ray.
to be clear, I mean, I don't want to speak for everyone, but like I definitely don't care. I mean, like, you know, thank you for telling us, but
Really?
you know, it doesn't change any. I mean, at least uh, the last secret that we heard was that somebody was a hitman. So this is pretty palatable compared to that. I think it's
Strig makes a face at that.
But I'm not like you. I'm not a human.
you could
Don't-
do.
Don't you remember that heart thing you gave me? I think I'm more like that than I am like you.
Fine.
I
Honestly, we could
wish.
probably all do pretty well being more like you, so I
Yeah.
don't think it changes much.
She like
Yeah.
does some big blinks. The part that I said about having to learn how to understand emotions and be normal was true.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess
That's what children
nobody.
do.
I mean,
Children have to learn how to. I'm not trying to say you're a child, but that children have to learn how to feel and experience and control their emotions and what they mean to them, so that having to have done that as whatever you are doesn't make you any less of a person. We've all had to do that.
Yeah.
I can't say that I don't have questions. I can't really understand what you are or how you came about or any of the magic behind all of that, but Mira, speaking to you, these this time we've been together, limited as it might be, you've never struck me as anything but human.
That means a lot to me to hear.
He gives her a small, encouraging smile. Is that why you never drink with us?
Oh, yes, I don't have to eat or breathe or sleep or anything like that. It's kind of fun, but I don't have to.
Honestly, I'm mostly mad that you didn't tell us this so that we could all avoid taking watches every night, but that's fine.
Well,
No, I mean, it would be hell to have to keep watch all night every night alone, so I don't begrudge you that, just...
I could do that, though.
But you're not going to.
No.
I could.
We can still take turns. Frey says we as in he ever takes part in a watch.
Frey's taken part in a watch before. Frey's had to wake Garrett up because he needed dad.
That's usually what happens when Frey takes watch. On the rare occasion he does.
Yeah.
But that's funny. At the very least, even if you are keeping watch, well, somebody will be there to keep you company. It's always nice to have partners, so... Yeah, are you okay? It seems like you were nervous about telling us.
Well, my father always told me that I should never, ever tell anyone that I wouldn't be understood, but that it would be dangerous. But this is a lot better than I expected. She seemed a bit overwhelmed.
I think that for most people, your father was right. But I've seen a lot of strange shit when I was in the army. Frey can talk to ghosts, for lack of a better word. Strieg is Strieg, and Rohan is an illusionist. So I think that if you were going to tell anyone, we're probably the easiest to tell.
She does like a huge sigh, which, I mean, obviously she just said that she doesn't have to breathe, so this must be something that she's like picked up from people. And she just looks like a huge weight has been lifted off her shoulders. I'm happy. I really hated lying to you all. She kind of like side eyes Roland a little bit.
He has been like looking down this entire time, and he finally like looks up and meets your gaze and just, well, you're, whatever you are, you're still just Mira, and you know. I don't think it changes anything. I still think seeing you in those golden fields after dying, that's still what I want.
Her face does kind of fall a little bit. I don't know if I can die. I mean, I do look the same way that I always have. I have never gotten any older.
How? I'm sorry, but how old are you? I know that you were trapped in that basement for 11 odd years, and you were nanny to the children for several years, but how old are you?
My father made me in 1625, so I always forget what the present year is.
1658. 1656, I'm sorry.
So 31?
Mm-hmm.
25, 30, yeah.
Okay. Wait, so you were never a child then?
No.
I'm guessing.
No.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I was never smaller or looked different.
Right.
I think what my father made me of was some kind of porcelain, and I really don't know much of the details beyond what he had written down, and I haven't looked at them for 11 years, so
Seeing Mira's fingers without the gloves, do they look like...
she doesn't have like doll joints or anything.
Okay, I was gonna ask, like, do they look like articulated like an armored greave or like a doll's joint?
No,
Or do
they
look
look like
fingers?
people fingers.
They just, I imagine that they don't really have, like, things that you would expect, like a lot of wrinkles or anything like that.
Yeah. Like, everybody's knuckles have, like, wrinkles. Hers don't really.
Do you ever have any scars or anything?
Not that you can see. Her skin is perfect. Like, literally perfect.
Well, I guess 2 questions. 1, do we want to keep this from Cassie and Molly? I'm fine if we do. I don't
Well, I
think we need to tell them
don't
necessarily.
know them like you do. So I don't know.
Yeah, honestly, I would love to say, like, yeah, we know them better and we can vouch for them, but I'm not sure we can, so I think maybe this
especially
stays
since
between
Molly's
us
like
unless
reverse
necessary.
Batmaning people.
Yeah.
I think that ultimately it comes down to who you trust to tell it. It's your secret, not ours.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay.
I may get to know them better.
Sure. And the other question is, it sounds like we might be scanned for magic and stuff on our way into town. Do we have any sense if you might trip any alarms or whatever if we are scanned?
Yeah,
Just-
that was something out of character. That was something that I was going to ask Robert. Like, obviously, when I use
feel
my
like-
special eyes, I am Mira is kind of in her own peripheral vision. Does she
I
like
feel
show
like-
up as anything to herself?
Probably, but I also feel like the interaction at the farmhouse kind of gave you the information you were wondering about.
So yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's something to deal with, but also we have this lantern that we can't get rid of, and the whatever heart, the Vekanian heart, which apparently is like illicit or whatever. So we have a lot of stuff that we should be hiding from these people. So
Well, I mean, we have Professor
yeah,
the professor. We can just say that we're
well, we can
bringing
say that for the
things
stuff, but can we
Right.
say that about Mira?
maybe.
She kind of smiles awkwardly.
Yeah.
Well, you have connections, Garrett. Can't you just get us in? Just, skip the line, so to speak?
I have some friends that may be able to help with that. I would have to reach out to them and see if there's anything that they might be able to do to help.
Well, if you'd like to send them a letter, do you think maybe that's an excuse to extend our stay here? Proper vacation? I know the timing isn't exactly great, but, well, I feel we could all use a little break.
As pleasant as that does sound, I will say I'm not sure Ozzy will be there if we wait.
And I'm not in much of a mood to vacation right now.
Yeah. I mean, I do think Artaviste itself will probably be pretty nice for, relaxation purposes. But, yeah, I guess the question is just how do we get in? But maybe we can send word ahead when we're close to town. Maybe we can send word in with someone or something. I mean, I can maybe lie our way in, but I don't have my spell slot back, so.
The Brights that we ran into, they didn't react to Mira.
That's true. Yeah, maybe they won't notice. I mean, maybe those guys weren't looking, but I guess it's useful to know that if you're not looking, you don't see at least.
But we ran into the first Bright wasn't looking, but the second Bright that we ran into was looking for things because they were locking down the crossroads at the town, weren't they? So would they not have been looking for magical stuff because, oh hey, these people blew up part of the capital?
I don't know.
If Garrett's from the area, would he know, the procedure? Is it obvious when they're looking for when they're, scanning you for magical stuff? I'm asking out of character.
No, it would not be obvious at all. Brights generally have the same... They're trained to pretty much, especially, Brights that are here for security purposes, are trained to have the same demeanor pretty much no matter what.
Okay.
Everything they do is carefully calculated.
I mean, the city very much could have some sort of detection spells or whatever built into the entranceway walls for all we know.
Well, in lieu of that, there are the Bright Protection laws, which were enacted a few years ago, which are specifically... let me go ahead.
Are they laws about protections of Brights, or are they laws wherein this is kind of sort of the Patriot Act, except now we have magic users that can enforce that instead of just surveillance cameras?
So essentially, 4 years ago, they enacted what's called the Bright Protection laws, which made it so that without specific writs or due cause, you cannot enter Artaviste. It became full-on TSA at that point. Anyone who was getting in was getting the full look over unless you were already known and had like confirmed writs and everything. Even then, you'd probably still get your shit checked.
And we don't think the pass that we have would get us past that.
Think the what you have?
The pass that from
That we got
whatever
from
his name was.
the regional
It
ruler.
It could. Like, that's really a toss-up. Like, especially with the apparently increased security from this attack or whatever has happened with the poor Robins or whatever they're looking for. Like, who knows how bad it is?
Yeah.
The only way to find out is to try.
Or we just don't go in the main way. Everywhere's got a back door.
I'm sure there probably are some form of smuggling tunnels into and out of the city. I've never had much experience with them or with individuals who would use them. But Stree has a point. Every city has something like that.
And we do have a person that can just make us not be seen.
Well, some of us.
But let me write my friends. We're close enough that a bird sent out in the morning would reach Artaviste in the same day? Question mark?
Probably, like, if you wrote it now, it would probably reach it by sometime tomorrow.
So, if we stayed for an additional day or so just to get a response, versus staying for a whole week, that might be an option. Or I can just send them a message and let them know, hey, we're coming up and we'll be there shortly. They might be able to facilitate our entry.
I mean, you also have some pull yourself, Garrett, so there's that. Like, you are a known entity within the city.
Well, but there's a known entity, and then there's a known entity whose friend is a former captain, former general of the guard, and whatever. So that's slightly more pull with the guards, at least.
I will say I don't particularly want to spend 18 more gold, but I can if that is what we would like to do.
Well, I think at the very least, at least letting them know that we will be there.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan for sure.
Wait, how is Ozzy gonna get in? If they scan for magic, isn't he actively using magic?
Maybe he knows one of those back doors you talked about.
I was gonna say, yeah, if anyone it would be familiar with access like that, it would probably be him.
Yeah, I mean, he is like a hitman anyway, a bounty hunter, so I would imagine either he has a back way in, or I don't know, maybe he has connections with people who he works with or something.
That sucks.
Yeah. Do you think if he tells them that he's going to look like me, that we could use that and get in after him? I guess we don't know who to ask though. Well, like if he's like, hey, I'm going to look like XYZ, but it's actually me, let me in. Then I could also walk up and be like, hey, like I said, I'm here, let me in. But we don't know who to ask, so I guess it doesn't really
Right.
help. Yeah. Yeah, I think probably send out a letter now and we can, I mean, it'll beat us there at least, and then we can see how, I don't know, maybe just feel it out after we get there. I'm a little paranoid about how that's going to go down, but I also feel like whatever plans we come up with are probably going to, like, I feel like we don't know enough to make plans that will be useful about, like, I don't know who we have to get through when we get there.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. If I guess like my best guess would be send a letter now, and then when we get there, maybe we can tell them that, like, hey, we're here, you know, with whoever, either Thaddeus, or we can say, you know, your connections, whoever, and then see if we can get them out there and have them escort us in without having to answer for all this stuff.
Right, or it probably also wouldn't hurt to message Thaddeus as they may be able to arrange something for, you know, when we get there, instead of having to get there, get a hold of them, then have them arrange something that, you know.
Yeah, agreed.
So I'll reach out to my friends in Thaddeus and go from there.
Yeah. So for the time being, we're thinking we're still going to leave tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Works for me. Questions, comments, concerns from anyone? Mira,
Always
we are
many, but
essentially
nothing right now.
Yeah. Mira, we are essentially smuggling you in. Does this seem like a reasonable plan?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, I just don't want to be like, I'm sure it'll be fine, and then have us get there and it, you know, it's your neck on the line. So I just want to make sure that you're on board.
Well, I wouldn't say we have a plan so much as a correspondence.
Yeah. Agreed. Yes. Accurate.
But I think I'm gonna go out and find William so that he's not. I don't know what he's doing. Which of our suites is he staying in?
I don't know. I don't think we decided. I guess he's staying with me, right?
As
We
of
said
now,
that he was
all
gonna-
I know is we have Cassie and Molly in a room. You guys still have to determine the rest.
Yeah.
Well, I don't need a bed. Now that you know, I just would need to be in a room with
Okay.
all of you.
I mean,
Yeah, Vera, you can still have a bed.
It's such a fucking nightmare. I'm sorry.
yeah. Do you like
I'm just
having a bed?
imagining like Mira just standing in a corner somewhere, like
Well, I could. She
powered
could. She
down
could
like
sit
an
down.
android.
She could
We are
sit.
actively
she could-
sitting on couches.
She could sit on a couch and read a book or something.
I'm sorry. I just headcanon her standing there unmoving for 10 hours straight, just watching over the rest of the party.
And then all of a sudden, like, you know, it's morning, her head, like, tips up a little bit, and her eyes, like, glow, and she's, like, moving around again.
Oh, I'm glad Mira has sentinel mode.
Okay.
Laser beams sweep the room.
Are you still
Yeah.
there?
Okay, so the sleeping arrangements.
Damn it. One thing. Yeah. Wait. So just to be clear, do you like having a bed, or is it that like you're indifferent?
I don't need it. I can just sit on a couch or a chair or something.
Okay. Okay, cool. Then we each have a bed, so that's reasonable. I guess if Julius is sleeping with me, I should probably have the one of the rooms that's not sharing a bed, but you know, that's up to you guys. I don't care.
Sure. You could have one of the big beds with him.
Or you could have one of the other rooms with Julius on the floor, and you could share with William.
Sure. That's fine. I'll do that. Honestly, I will take pleasure in making him miserable.
Mere frowns.
I mean, he can be a bit much, but he's not a bad person.
No, and I'm not, not doing anything to him, but if Julius happens to snore in the same room that he's in, then I have no control over that.
The
All
man
right.
lives with goats. I don't think he'll be extremely bothered by Julius's.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like y'all, you've never raised goats. They can be loud and obnoxious.
Yeah.
All right. So, what's the division here for these for the rooms? Who's where? Let's finalize this for the sake of my sanity.
Me, Bill, and Julius are in one of the 2 bedrooms.
I'll take the dog room too,
Okay.
if there's room. How many beds are in the rooms
3.
again?
2.
3.
Oh, 3?
There's a double bed and then 2 single beds in each room.
Yeah, you can have the double bed.
I'll take the double bed with Julius.
No,
So that
Julius
would
sleeps
be-
with me.
You want Julius
I-
on the
I-
single? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So it looks like that. Is that good for everyone? We got.
Why are there 2 mirrors?
Yeah,
Did I write mirror twice?
where's 3?
Roland.
And Roland!
Oh, streak.
Where am I looking?
I'm sorry.
In Foundry Chat.
Oh,
Rowan, William, Julius, Garrett.
you did make 2 mirrors.
Shriek, Ray, Roland.
Roland.
So like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
so
okay,
it's 3
so-
people and an animal to each room.
That's mean.
What?
Okay, so the Okay, I'm sorry. So I thought each suite had 2 bedrooms in it. So is it each
Yes,
suite has
2
one
bedrooms.
bedroom?
One
Okay.
bedroom is like, the parents, their family suite. So one's a parent's bedroom that has a big bed. The other bedroom has 2 single beds.
Okay, yeah, that's
So
what I
Streak
thought.
and
I
Roland will take the
it's
singles and
3
let
beds.
Frey have the big bed because he wants
Good.
it.
Yes, he does.
I know.
I do love that, like, Streak and Roland are like the twins in their, like, single beds.
When the lights go out, can you tell which is which?
No.
I can see in the dark, bitch.
Frey goes to
Sentinel
sleep and just
mode
wakes up to Mira
activate.
T-posing over him.
Don't say that.
Wait, I think Rohan at this moment, like, right here, does remember to ask, wait, is your hair not real?
Oh, no, it's a wig. She takes off her
Okay.
wig.
Huh.
It's a
Okay.
really fucking good wig.
Yeah.
Do you float?
No.
Okay, just curious, because
Well, I mean,
you
if I am trying to swim, I can swim. But if I didn't do anything, I probably wouldn't float.
because it just when we were looking for
I mean, she says she
Abba
doesn't breathe,
originally-
I'm assuming.
and you were looking in the river for him, were you just walking around at the bottom of the river?
She smiles.
Because I remember,
Cool.
Adar, you were like, the whole time we were doing this, she's like, she's just walking around at the bottom of the river. She's not actually, but we can't see it.
Yeah. Wild. Amazing. Okay, cool.
I used to have a couple of these, actually, to, like, simulate growing hair. Like, they were shorter and longer, but I guess they got stolen or something by those other people. Or rats took them away or something. She makes a face.
Well, I'm sure we could get you more if you wanted.
Well, now you
change.
know that my hair doesn't grow, so I don't need to have that.
Well, you can want to have wigs too if you wanted to.
I
Or
like
just
this
what-
one.
Okay.
I think it suits me.
Yeah. I mean, none of us knew it was a wig, so clearly.
She very carefully puts it back on. And once
Perfect.
more, you cannot tell.
Of course. Amazing.
But I did want to maybe hopefully get to see some of those pretty lights tonight, so I'm gonna go find William before it gets too late.
Cool.
Have a good time.
I'm gonna
I'm not.
try to sleep.
Thank you. But yeah,
I
Frey's gonna go
assume
find-
from Mira she just meant have a good time, but I assume the rest
Yeah,
of
she
them
meant
like, huh?
literally, yeah.
She is very innocent and nice.
Yeah, she meant literally just have a good time, like,
Yeah.
with the lights, not even...
So, with that, you head over to the Bastion, Frey, where you can find your traveling compatriot and good friend Bill Abney standing at a desk, having a very boisterous conversation with one of the Ducal guardsmen.
Yeah, Frey will step inside, smiling pleasantly, kind of, listening to a moment to their conversation. Maybe slipping in if he finds an opening.
Yeah, they seem to be reminiscing about their combat training.
Okay, yeah, Frey has no interest in that whatsoever. But he will feign interest, because that is what he does. He'll come in and be like... He'll come in and be like, oh, that must have been, quite the time.
Oh,
Do you have, like, rankings or
Sorry.
anything? A bit of a competition?
Mr. Frey, no such. I'm just talking about how absolutely dreadful I am. Just dreadful with a blade. Always a good laugh. Talked about a couple of the quartermasters that trained us, love. They were just a mess. But sorry, got a little bit less track of time. How are you all settling in?
Well, we got ourselves a couple of rooms over
Oh,
at the Fairy Key Inn.
At that point, his eyes kind of go wide. Very key.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
and
love.
we have a bed for you as well.
Oh, I was going to say I could. Could have stayed in one of the cells here if.
Oh no.
I appreciate. At this
You're-
point, he just comes forward and like grasps your hand. Oh, thank you so much for taking care of me. Get me a room. Means so much.
He kind of like pats him on the hand, says, "Oh, it's nothing at all. You're part of the group now. And besides, you're doing us a big favor by traveling with us. Wouldn't be right to leave you out here on your own."
He does blush a little bit when you say he's part of the group now. Oh, well. went over everything, and seems there was someone, like a foreign-looking guy, big cloak, 2 horses, didn't really stay, just kind of plowed through the town.
Well, if he didn't cause any trouble here, that's some relief at least.
Yeah, it does,
When Oh, sorry, go ahead.
worry for us catching up with him there, love.
I think we've given up all hope of that. We'll have to find him in Artaviste. Hopefully he'll be there long enough to, for us to pick up his trail.
He gives a nod of agreement at that. Hopefully. Well, I hear the lake's beautiful this time of year, a little cold. You wanna go for a walk, Mr. Frey?
Sure, why not? We have sadly, little enough time in this town as it is. It's the shame about being on a bit of a mission, really. No time to slow down and enjoy yourself.
You need to make it to Artaviste. You could stay here for a little while. We could. You just say it yourself. We're not gonna catch him before the city.
Well, sadly, there are things that need doing.
He gives a somber nod and then just motions as if he is ready to go and begins walking outside the bastion.
Frey will walk alongside him.
The extent of the walk, he either inquires as to your history, what you've done, how you ended up here, or he kind of bounces between that and talking about how he really wants to retire to a nice little lake house at some point. He just wants a nice, lovely little farm on a lake where he doesn't need to worry about anything.
Yeah, so Frey generally answers the questions about like Frey personally in rather vague terms, and very quickly but very like smoothly turns the conversation back around, or the question back around towards William, always kind of like, you know, focusing the conversation on his life, his goals, his little lakeside farm. Is it going to have goats?
Of course he's going to have goats, and of course gotta feed him all the earrings I can.
Well, I don't know much about farming, but that seems like a rather questionable choice of feed.
Is the thing, Mr. Frey. It's not farming, it's ranching. There's a difference, love.
Oh, you caught me there. I am a city boy at heart. Not much room for a farm on the streets of Alasir, or a ranch. Excuse me, a ranch.
Sure, if you really tried, you could probably get a few chickens inside, raise them in a bedroom. Smell something fierce, though.
I think I would enjoy living in a place where the chickens are in a different building. That I think would be best. But I like the way you think.
I'm not saying it will work, I'm just saying it's possible.
Do you speak from experience?
I speak from stupidity and ignorance. That anything is possible if you put your mind to it.
Well, there's certainly no shame in entertaining possibilities. That's what life is built upon, after all.
He gives a somber nod at that, and at this point, like, you know, reaching the outskirts of the town, it is, there's little more than like looking out over the lake, the only thing that you can see besides the fairy fireflies is the subtle low reds and oranges of the lanterns around Fairy Key itself.
It really is quite magical here. I can see where it gets its name.
He gives a knowing nod in agreement. Just listens.
Well, have you ever been up this way before?
Of course, most everyone who trains to be a Ducal Guard has to spend some time outside of Artaviste in training. I mean, I've been born a farm boy, but they tried to domesticate me for a while, it just didn't stick. He kind of thinks and ponders to himself. He puts his hands in his coat pockets and pulls them back out after a second and shivers and looks out over the lake. This would be it. I'd be happy to stay here for the rest of my days. Love it.
It is always so easy to think those things when you're at those ideal getaways.
Imagine before the black sun. Just sailing across the lake. Built a little shack on the other side. Just living there. Just having life far away from the rest of it. Fish all day. Goats. Chickens. Hunt. Maybe have a dog. And just
I'd like a
something-
cat.
He kind of furrows his brow at that.
A dog and a cat.
At that point, he nods. I just need something beautiful to be sitting on the front porch for me every day when I get back from fishing.
I think you've thought this out.
And he just stares directly at you after that.
Frey gives him a small smile. You know, they were selling boat rides upon the lake. Though sadly we couldn't exactly take advantage of them. But there was a concert tonight. Would you want to go see that?
He turns, like from where he was kind of like half facing you again at that point, he turns his body, completely giving you his attention, and just immediately bows in agreement. I would love nothing more than going to a concert with you.
Well, I think we have a bit of time before it starts. Okay, so throughout this entire interaction, can Frey get a sense if William is genuinely interested or if he's just trying to get into his pants?
Yeah, give me a wisdom insight.
Okay.
Or not wisdom intuit.
Okay.
Like, pretty soon you're gonna need a flirt skill all on its own.
It seems like it kind of started, the more he's kind of like during this, 45-minute, hour-long walk, he's kind of like, and across the course of the day of travel, everything, like learning more about Frey, he's become a lot more genuinely interested.
Okay. Frey will definitely lean into this a little bit, like a little like touch on the arm, stuff like nothing too overt. But definitely to kind of, give the vibes that, hey, I might be interested too. But yeah, he'll take William to go see this concert.
And spend a little more while just enjoying the banks of the Everdew, and then heading back to Fairy Key. And it seems like they have the harpist from before, a couple of people on lutes, some drums. It looks like about 12 total people going to play. Seems like it is music from a number of various theater productions that are mostly famous from Artaviste, but seem to be Vekanian in make.
Would are any of these like productions that would have like reached Alethea, or are they all like
Oh,
new
yeah.
to Frey?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
like Frey would definitely recognize some of them.
Okay, cool.
In particular, 1 second while I pull up my... Let me pull up my history of theater productions in Artaviste and Vekania.
Do you really have that prepared?
Yes!
Well, for
You
sure.
really have to ask that question?
Obviously, he does.
He's-
In particular...
He told us in a lot of detail about like a trilogy or whatever that was playing.
Well, yeah,
Oh
this
my
was
god, I talked to that one barkeep for so long about it.
yes.
Yeah.
This is, I think, the second or first.
Yeah, one of the
Second or first session.
In particular, it seems like towards the end, they, like, you don't recognize it at first, Frey, but after a moment you would recognize it, as they seem to be doing a medley of songs that would accompany a famous play known as The Dreamer, which is about this gentleman named Aldo who has these dreams and like waking nightmares of himself being killed over and over again in the same way, and trying to understand what it means. The story progresses that it seems to be a premonition that's tormenting him, and if he doesn't prevent it, something horrible is going to happen. In the end, he successfully does so at the sacrifice of his own life.
Play about Cass.
I think this is one that Frey kind of like at first sits up a little straighter for. Like, this is one that he recognizes, he probably even enjoyed in the past, but I think with like recent experiences, it's definitely ringing a bit of a different note to him now. And he just kind of like he tries not to show it on the outside. He has an image to put on, but it definitely has lost some of its enjoyment.
Yeah, it is definitely a crowd pleaser as far as recognizable tunes for the rich and affluent in Vekania goes, but for other people, like, especially, like, Frey is very worldly for Madara and things like that. One of few people that would probably recognize outside of Vekania. Yeah, it's a very famous play that did originate in Artaviste.
Hey.
But otherwise, it, like, that concert goes for probably 3 or 4 hours. Like, it's well after midnight when that concert ends.
Does like looking over at William, does he seem like interested in this, or is this like boring to him?
Give me another wisdom into it.
Okay. Not expecting date night.
Is he cultured or a fuckboy?
He
Cultured fuckboy.
seems like he's enjoying it, but more so enjoying that, like, that, like, you two are doing something together, and it's less the specific thing and more just that it's something with you.
Okay.
Like, this definitely seems like the kind of thing he probably did not grow up or ever really experience that much.
So I think every so often, like throughout the concert, Frey will lean over and kind of like, will whisper a little commentary about, how much he enjoys this part, or just listen to the. And there's a very clear sense that Frey also has a very strong appreciation of music and kind of understands music. But he'll do this unless he gets the sense that like it's annoying William.
Now, Abney is very much... The fact that you enjoy it seems like it really interests him.
Okay.
So, otherwise, while Frey and Bill Abney go on a not date to a not concert, what is everyone else doing?
Well, I didn't sleep last night, so I'm trying to sleep,
Okay.
depending on if I can.
All right.
Mira would want to go to the concert.
Garrett would want to try to talk to Sprieg about the previous night.
Okay, yeah. I mean, Street's around.
So, last night was bad. Can't
Yeah,
think of a
you could
better way
say-
to put it. I don't know if everyone knows it or not, but I didn't miss when I took that shot at Gilbert. That
No, you
was
didn't.
intentional.
Are you okay?
I can't stop seeing it. The tension on the bow, the snap of the string on the release, and that sound the arrow makes when it hits. I think out of everyone, you've been there for. And I know that you weren't always enthusiastic about your work, and it sounds like you rarely were enthusiastic about it, which is, to be honest, a good thing for you that you didn't grow to like it. But
I don't think I was ever enthusiastic about it.
that's a good thing. But I still can't help but wonder if I did the right thing.
What would the right thing have been?
I don't know. Ray was gonna take that last shot at it, and I wanted to. I didn't realize that was itself the monster. I thought maybe it was, uh, for lack of a better word, a cultist or servant. It looked like a man wearing a mask, and I said to try to capture it, take it alive, and because we hesitated, it took over the child, took over Gilbert, and I mean, he wouldn't even have been there if I hadn't uh, given Rohan the idea or the okay that it would be better for him to be with us rather than just sending him home.
No, but he would have been out in the fields alone hunting this thing. And he probably would have died alone.
Completely away from where it was. It was over an hour away to the south where we found the dog and the farmer.
Does anything about this thing make sense?
No, you're right.
You did what you had to do. And it sucks. And it's always gonna suck. And it never goes away. Just is. Sorry.
If you don't mind me asking, have you ever had, I don't know how to phrase this, but I don't I don't know how I can look my wife in the eye after this. I've done some things, in the war, and I've killed men and beasts, and I've put down friends, but I've never killed a child until now.
Did you want to kill the kid?
Not in
No. Did you want to kill the kid?
not in the sense that, like, random wanton bloodshed, but in the sense that I wanted to end the monster. And to be honest, I think that if we hadn't, if he had ended up being fully possessed by it, he would have ended up like that farmer that we found. So, I mean, I guess in the simplest terms, then yes, I wanted to, but not in the sense that I just wanted to kill him. I don't know.
Then cut the shit. You didn't go into that trying to kill the kid. You tried to kill the monster. The kid got in the way. Shit happens.
You're right.
You're not a bad person, Garrett. You're one of the best people I know. You didn't. The kid's dead, but there was no choice. When you get backed into a corner, you just shoot. And if someone gets in the way of the bolt, just is.
Thank you. This
I don't know if I'd thank me for that, but
no, I just
for what it's worth, I'm sorry.
I appreciate it, and you're not a bad person either. I think, as you said, you get backed into a corner, you shoot. You know, you've done some bad things, and I have as well, maybe for different reasons. But I don't think you're a bad person either.
Street definitely just looks down and away at that.
I think
Different
that
things back people into corners.
that is true. I think out of all of us, you've had one of the rougher times, rougher paths to get here. And I think you did the best with what you had. And I think your pragmaticism is incredibly helpful to us. And that's part of why I wanted to talk about this with you versus Frey or Mira, where they might be better with words. I think you get not only where I was coming from with it, but I think just the way you said it kind of is more what I needed to hear.
Glad I could help, I guess.
Thank you. I know you're not much for talking, so I appreciate it. And if you ever need to sit down and talk as well sometime, as
I mean, we both know I'm not great at that, but thanks.
Garrett would just give a little bit of a nod and a chuckle at that, but
Just try not to beat yourself up too much about it, because when you go to sleep at night, your brain's gonna do that for you already. You don't need to do it too.
no, you're right. Thank you. I think I'll try to get some sleep tonight. I didn't last night, and coming up on what's hopefully the final stretch of our chase here, we need to be ready.
That we do.
I'll reach out to shake Streak's hand and
It's an awkward shake, but I shake.
bro shake. Give him a nod and head up to the room. Also, sometime in that, prior to talking to Streak, I probably would have written a couple letters to my friends just to let them know what was going on and that we were coming, and
Okay.
may or may not need help getting access into the city.
All right. So, with that, everyone begins to wind down for the evening. The lovely concert ends. and it took everything in my power not to give the band a ridiculously awful pun name.
And it did.
Ask me after the session, I'll tell you the name I was gonna give him. And,
Okay.
I'm pretty proud
So
of
like
it.
I told Robert, apparently I can't sleep, and so I I go down to the bar and drink as much as I can until I hopefully pass out. Does that work?
I mean... Give me a con exert. Let's see how Rowan handles his liquor.
Okay. Do I want to fail here?
Ideally, you would want to roll low if you're trying to pass out.
Not great.
That's pretty rough. Oh yeah, you don't go down. You don't go down. Like Rowan's not a crazy heavy drinker, but
No.
Let's see here. Alright, gotta end up running you about 6 silver worth of alcohol.
Sure.
I assume it's just cheap and alcoholic is what Rowan's going
Absolutely.
for.
Yes.
Which, there's nothing incredibly cheap. It's pretty expensive for, like, beer or ale, but it's better than nothing.
Yep.
And, for at least a few hours, Rowan is passed out. And will regret it in the morning.
Can I get the benefits of passing out?
No.
Damn. All right, fine.
Wait, so can Rohan not actively sleep?
Rowan's dealing with some shit, okay? Otherwise,
I'm having a great time, guys.
Frey, is there anything else that you wish to do during the evening, or saying goodnight after the lovely concert?
It sounds like the concert ends pretty late, so I think Frey is going to say good night then. He will tell William, we have you in sharing the suite with Rohan and Garrett and the dog. Poor thing is looking
lovely.
quite under the weather.
Well, I'm sure I'll be fine. Nothing to worry about. Last leg of your journey. Looking forward to being there to help you with it. You have a good night, Mr. Frey.
Thank you, and you as well. I'll see you for breakfast, I suppose.
Of course. Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Alright, and yeah, Frey's gonna head to his room. Or his suite.
And miracle of miracles, another comfortable, simple evening. You guys all get some rest, except Rowan, who passes out and is eventually waking up a few hours later. Seems like in your drunken stupor, you were taken to your bedroom, and if not helped into your bed, at least were conscious enough to get into it. Still sleeping in the clothes that you were wearing. No memory past sitting at a bar getting refills. And as the sun rises on another day here in the heart of Vekania, we are going to take one last break. Alrighty, so it is another morning in Vekania, and Fairy Key is fucking freezing.
Nice.
Fires are roaring in every fireplace. Everyone is bundled up. There's a cold front coming through, and it's gonna be fucking freezing.
I might need to buy a coat before we leave. I can make myself look like I have anything, but
Doesn't help
I
if
don't know
you're
if that helps
freezing.
with the cold. Yeah.
I think Ray might do the same. Buy a
Yeah.
winter, like a winter cloak or something.
That
And
would
a
be a good
scarf.
idea.
And mittens.
Oh.
And a hat. He's not a hat person, but I think winter will call for it.
Honestly, Rohan's gonna treat himself too. It's nice to like finally have a reason to buy clothes, because like Rohan really cares about clothes, but it's always like I can't justify this. I can make myself look however I want. So it's nice to be like, no, this time you have to do it.
Well,
Amazing.
I mean, you guys want to shop now or wait till Artaviste?
No, I mean we gotta travel for 2 days. We need warm clothes.
Yeah, Ray would like to check out the market before they leave.
Yeah, same.
The marketplace here is there we go. That was weird. Didn't want to play the last one. The marketplace here is quaint. There are a few merchants and various people. There's a couple of hunters who have set up with pelts and things like that. It very much gives like a swap meet in a rich neighborhood vibes. There's not a lot, and what's here is almost definitely not going to be what you're looking for. Especially, it seems like there's not a lot of people out because of how cold it is.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
I mean,
there is Key General, which is a small shop on the main street, not far from the market itself. That, I mean, from what you've seen, seems to have a little bit of everything, though when you passed by last night, they seemed like they were selling a lot of flowers and various pottery and things like that.
I will buy some, like, obviously they don't have like dog treats, but like I'll buy some food that I think Julius would like.
Dogs generally like meat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
jerky,
like,
right?
yeah, probably like jerky, something that I can take on the road.
Yeah, smoked
But yeah.
meat, stuff like that.
Cool. Yeah, I will stock up on a little bit of that. And then, are there like no coats or anything? Like, I guess I will
As
probably
I said,
have to
there
like
are
go shopping.
pelts that have been like, there are like pelts that have been, you know, nice quality pelts, which you can use, or you
Sure.
can check the general store. Not a lot
I
of
mean-
shopping goes on here. It's generally a stopover town or a vacation destination.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably buy like something nicer or like more permanent once we get to Artaviste, but at least for traveling, like, and to have a backup or something. Is there anything at the general place?
So heading to the general store, there are a lot of plants. There's many just like, it looks like it's not just flowers outside. They've got hanging plants. They've got all sorts of just different succulents and things, like peppering the entirety of the general store. But you can see that they do seem to have some clothing racks near the back.
Okay, yeah, I will check that out. Is Frey coming too?
Yeah, Frey is joining Rohan in this endeavor. Does anybody
Yeah.
else want clothes?
Garrett recently bought clothes, and I believe he would probably have winter-appropriate traveling clothes just from his experience being a woodsy person.
Nice.
Oh,
I assume Mira needs
Tag
nothing.
along.
I mean, she tore her second dress for
Oh, that's
bandages
true.
the other night.
Okay,
And it
yeah.
might look weird if she was just running around in like a normal dress while everyone else is like super bundled up and
That is
cold.
very fair. Cool. Okay, nice. Nice little shopping trip. Cool. Yeah, I will check out the clothing racks at the general place.
Yeah, Frey is doing the same.
The clothing, most of it seems to be, you know, it's generally going to be secondhand here. Most of it's in good condition to great. There are a few cloaks. There are two very heavy, like, leather cloaks that have a, like, inset of what seems to be like, the inside is some sort of fur lining to keep it even warmer. And then there is also a fur lining across the hood. One is a kind of tannish brown. The other is like a dark, like, tree brown. They're the only two straight-up cloak, jacket-style things in here. There is a very, there is a very large, it looks like a dress that seems like it was made for, like, ooh, question. Let me see here. Rowan, you would recognize this because you would recognize this. It is a, this is very much a Rayclarian style, winter style dress. It is very bundled and it's like got a huge, like, just fucking, like, massive, very thick hood on it that seems to be made of some sort of very soft fur. It is a multi-layered dress. It is traditionally something that, like, you know, it's a really nice but very thick and heavy dress. You don't really see them outside of Raycloud because Raycloud gets fucking freezing part of the year.
Okay, interesting. Do we know if opinions of Raycloud are still like here in Vekania? Are they still pretty anti-Raycloud?
Vekania less so. Like, the common man hasn't been fucked over by Raycloud as often.
Yeah.
Outside of, you know, the descendants from Patramore who were part
Right.
of it.
Yes. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just want to know if it's like, wow, this Nazi uniform is very worn. This,
No,
like, you know.
no, it's style. It's not like, oh, this is a Raycloud uniform. It's just kind of the style.
Okay, sure, yeah, cool.
Here's the kind
cool.
of vibe. The fact that it's blue is significant, and you would know that as well. Being from Raycloud and knowing about their religion, Radiatum, and all that.
Yeah.
Blue is a unholy color in Radiatum.
Whoa.
Specifically, because they have a lot of essentially scripture about the bearer of chaos itself, known as Arietta, which is like the personification of death. And she is depicted as a woman wearing a flowing blue dress.
Okay, sick.
So it's really weird that it's a very much a Raycloud styled, like, cold weather dress, but it's blue.
Yeah. Cool. I mean, I will, like, explain this to Mira in some, like, you know, this is a Raychlorian style dress. It's weird that it's blue because they usually consider that kind of blasphemous, but I mean, it looks warm and pretty.
It's very pretty. I mean, if there's anyone of Raychlorian descent, are they gonna look at me and be like, or
I mean, I think it's probably fine.
okay? I mean, I think it's pretty.
Yeah, I do too. I think you should get it. It looks nice.
Let's get it. Shopping.
Yeah. You said that there were two cloaks. One was like tan, and one was
A darker
like dark
brown.
brown?
Yeah, like a tree bark brown. Like, you know how it's like not quite black and it's obvious, but it's still really dark. And both of
Okay.
those have some sort of soft-ish fur lining. They're very warm. Like, you can tell that right away. And like the leather's on the outside, so it makes them heavy, and it like keeps like the interior lining pressed up against you.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'll take one. I guess I'll take the. I mean, unless somebody else has a strong preference, I will probably take the lighter brown one.
Ray does not like either of them.
Yeah, honestly, me neither. But I don't want to be like, well, I don't like these, so I'll freeze, I guess. So I guess if those are the options, I'll pick one.
Are there any like gloves or anything?
There are a few pairs of just like traditional like leather gloves.
Are they like winter, like warm weather gloves?
I mean, they're better than nothing, but these are definitely not going to be. They're more work gloves than they are properly winter gloves.
Ray just kind of like sighs, pulls his own cloak tight around himself. Says, "Ugh, just have to get something in Artaviste."
You're just gonna rough it?
Well, we have plenty of blankets.
I
Looks over the blanket wrapped around him.
Oh, he's gonna ride in the cart wrapped in blankets.
God damn it. I think Rowan is standing there like having a moral dilemma, just like, I hate it too, but I feel like I have to get something. Can't just be like, no. Frey does have strong Baby Yoda energy. I haven't seen The Mandalorian, but just
I haven't
sight
either.
unseen.
It's so, from the gifs I've seen, Frey is essentially Baby Yoda.
Yeah. Strong Baby Yoda energy.
From someone who has seen The Mandalorian, yes.
Wait, okay. Do I know how much one of these would be?
If you ask, they are.
Yeah.
The
I'll ask.
cloaks are running. Let me double check by price reference. Leather clothing. They are going to be running you. The light tan one is 3 gold. The darker one is 4 gold, 5 silver.
4 gold, 5 silver, 2 gold. Nah, fuck it. I'll get something in Artaviste. Frey convinced me.
Oh, this is the stupidest thing of all time.
We have standards.
I think Rowan is also just like, I never buy clothes. I can't spend like the one time I'm buying clothes, I buy something I don't even like. No, we're not doing this. Frey has taught me to love
so we're
myself.
buying clothes for the golem who does not feel temperature instead.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, that dress is beautiful. If
uh,
there's anything that good for guys, then we can get it.
the dress is 4 gold.
Cool. Are you paying for it? I can pay for it if you want.
I will pay for it.
Okay. I know you don't have a lot of money.
I mean, it's still your money, so...
It's fine.
God.
In before we have to go to Rayclow and forget that Mira has a satanic dress.
I'm also,
going to Rayclow, things have gone horrendously wrong.
yeah, I mean, also, like, I am literally like an escaped indentured servant from Raycloud, so, like...
Let's just
You know.
not go there.
Yeah,
Agreed.
it's a silly place.
Yeah.
But Frey was told about people who might know stuff in Rayclow.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I mean, my
Maybe
family's
someday.
also there. Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, you guys get your shopping finished, and you are making your way. Garrett, wayfinding?
Yes.
Any last minute stuff to do in Fairy Key?
I don't think so. Frey's just going to make himself comfortable in the wagon.
Rohan is going to look like he has a big coat on. And not actually have one.
Yeah, will that keep him warm?
Aww.
Oh, there's your winter
You're
Mira.
so cute. Yeah,
It's
winter
very
Mira's so-
cozy.
Yeah.
Very
She looks
cozy.
kind of pissed off.
A little bit.
No, she just got a little bit of RBF.
I'm IRL jealous of this outfit.
It looks warm.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's a fancy dress that's meant to show off I'm wearing a fancy dress while also being in the middle of a snowstorm.
Let it go, let it go.
Oh.
So we have Baby Yoda and Elsa.
As Mira bundles up in her lovely new blasphemous dress. Oh.
You want a notice check from me for the wayfinding?
It's notice time.
You know, I just realized the last time I did this, I gave it a whiz notice instead of an int notice, but I don't have a plus or minus in either, so it wouldn't have affected it. I'm gonna re-roll this shit out of that.
Yeah, you're not going to get any information from this int notice. You are free to
A
reroll.
nat.
What?
Oh no!
That's crazy.
Oh my god.
It's fun to have a little PTSD. It's really like after that conversation. Don't worry while you're asleep. Don't worry while you're awake. Your brain's gonna do that while you're asleep. What if I worry while I'm trying to protect everyone instead? Wow, what the fuck, Dave?
Jesus.
The fuck,
I
Dave?
suck. I suck.
Yeah, you
I
need new
noticed
dice.
nothing.
You need new dice.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, as you guys travel, you gather the rest of your party and venture forth, leaving Fairy Key behind. I'm so proud of you guys. You didn't get into any hijinks. It is a very, very cold journey And as the day does warm up, it is offset by a very biting wind coming off of Lake Everdew that you will be dealing with pretty much for the entirety of your first day on the road. It is quiet. There's not a ton of activity on the road either. You run into a small Ducal guard post on the first major bridge, and you keep going. Always trusting that Garrett, 100 or so paces, maybe more ahead, will never let any fates of danger befall you.
Yes, because with my 3, nothing bad will ever happen.
Well, listen, everyone trusts that Garrett always has... Garrett is a Hawkeye, he is a Sentinel, nothing gets by him.
Yep. Correct.
The journey continues, you press onward, you continue to just push forward through this biting cold as the day turns to evening. Given your time of leaving, late morning, at a casual pace, like if you're not crazy pushing yourself, you're still going to make it probably shortly before sunset tomorrow. So the first day eventually sees it come to a close. As you end up finally escaping Lake Everdew and instead dealing with the heavily growing overcast clouds. Not quite gonna snow just yet, but the threat is certainly there as the hills, valleys, and mountains around you seem like they are hell-bent on making you freeze. Eventually, Garrett finds respite for you all at a thicket of trees near the base of a mountain, where you can easily find firewood, easily get a good fire going, and just crank that shit. Molly is a little more active, a little more talkative than usual today. She seems not at ease, but a little more open. Cassie is still very nervously not really wanting to talk to anyone. It seems like she will not be the one to break the awkward silence that has plagued this party in its interactions with her since Milo Harbor. But beyond that, you guys eventually settle down. Tomorrow, you will be reaching Artaviste. This is your last night on the road for a journey that, for Garrett, is literally like a year in the making.
Yep.
Yeah.
The night is yours if you all want to do anything.
By the way, has Garrett put back in the earring, or till no?
No, not yet.
Okay. I guess I will ask Cassie, just like, so we're gonna get there soon. How are you doing?
I don't really know. I don't know what we're doing. I don't. And she just kind of like bites her teeth and just like bites her lip and clenches her teeth. Also known as biting her teeth, I guess. And just kind of avoiding like meeting your eyes, and just kind of bundles up with the clothing that she bought back in for Two Soul, knowing you guys are going into the cold season. And she just kind of like does a little bit of a shudder and looks back at you, and I don't know, how am I supposed to be doing? Everything's horrible. I don't. She just idly motions subtly towards Strieg.
How was your butt ride with Molly?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
I don't know how it was.
How do you not know how it was? You were there, right?
I mean, I was there, but I wasn't... I don't feel like I'm anywhere anymore. I feel like I'm just always in my own head. Everything's horrible, and I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do. Should I even be going to Artaviste? Should I just turn around? Should I just... I don't know. I just think it'd be easier if Strieg would just shoot me through the throat.
If you didn't have to worry about any of this right now, where would you be? What would you be doing? Where would you go?
I don't know. I've always worried about this. As long as I can remember, I've always worried about this. I don't know where I'm supposed to be going. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing.
Not supposed to. Where do you want to go?
I don't know. I want to finish this. That's all I've ever wanted to do is finish this.
Okay. When was the last time you had a good time?
Alistair? Maybe?
Okay.
Ever? I don't know.
What happened in Alistair?
I don't... I had hope that there was a light at the end of the tunnel with all of this, and I thought Vosarian was gonna have answers for me.
Right. Well, we'll figure it out. I know that's hard for you to believe, but we'll figure it out. I'll just kind of like put my hand on her shoulder and just like give her a, I don't know, like a gentle nod, and then just walk away.
She shudders again, and then a moment later, Molly walks past you, and she like bumps you in the shoulder a little bit. Like, she doesn't like shoulder check you, but she definitely was walking her path and was not going to move for you. And even though like she's doing it with intention, she probably stumbles a little bit because she is like, you know,
A lot smaller than me.
she is like, I was trying to think like, how much would Molly weigh? Like
Yeah.
like 110 or something? Like, she's tiny.
Yeah. Yeah. Does she look like she's like mad at me, or is she just, I don't know, on one?
Probably more of the latter than the former, but I mean,
Okay.
you can give me a wisdom into it if you want to know.
Absolutely. I always want to know what Molly's thinking because she might kill me.
Listen, you got earrings for that. She seems angry at everything. She just seems mad. Mad at Cassie, mad at you, mad at the world, mad at herself. Observing her today and the way she's been acting, she just seems angry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I can't do anything about Molly being angry, so I'm just gonna leave her to it. I'm just gonna make a mental note that we should probably keep an eye on her and Cassie when we get to Artaviste and make sure that, I don't know, we figure out whatever it is that's bothering them. Whatever it is, being that Strieg is apparently supposed to kill her, obviously, but you know. Anyway, yeah, that's it. I'll leave them alone. Hopefully they will cheer each other up and we'll go back to not sleeping.
Anything else anyone wishes to do for your last evening outside of the capital?
Ray's wrapping himself in all the blankets, shivering by the fire until he falls asleep.
Offer my big cloak to the cold boys.
And ruin that vibe?
I'll put on a pretty dress.
You're welcome to it.
Thank you.
Listen, Rowan can make it look like he's wearing a pretty dress anytime he wants.
True.
Yeah, but the thing is, Roman can't trick himself, you know? Everybody else might see him wearing a pretty dress, but he knows he's not wearing a pretty dress.
And he also knows he's fucking freezing.
Exactly.
Oh. Oh. Alright. So, with that... With that, you all... head to bed. Is there anything else that you wish to do for the evening at all?
We
I mean,
wanna
we're
set
on
up
the road. Are we
watches?
gonna do watches?
yeah.
Yeah, I can't sleep anyway. Honestly, Mira and I can probably just do it. Neither of us
Rowan's
can
not gonna
fucking
try
sleep.
and sleep now.
Why bother?
I
I
mean-
passed out with fucking
Poor fella.
drank myself into a stupor yesterday and it still did nothing.
Ray's already consumed in his pile of blankets.
Yeah.
Alright.
I won't promise that I'll be good at it, but I'll do it.
Well, both of you give me a wisdom notice. All right. Rowan. As the night begins to drag on, you start to feel yourself just ready to pass out.
Yay. I think I'll try to stay awake for a bit, but if it does feel like I could probably fall asleep, then I will tell Mira, like, I think I might finally be able to get some sleep.
I'll keep an eye out.
Okay. Yeah. I'll try to wake up soon and should probably just get a little nap while I can. It's been several nights of just not being able to sleep since Gil, so I'll let me know if you need me up for anything.
And
You should
about
sleep.
about 3 seconds after his head hits the fucking sack, he's passed the fuck out.
Good.
Mira,
Thank God.
you spend the rest of the night keeping your eyes and ears peeled into the darkness. It is a quiet night. It is presumably a very cold night. It has went from overcast to very, very thick clouds. There's not going to be much of a sun tomorrow. And as you all awaken, we have to take one last final quick break.
audibly
Yes.
run away.
You get like a...
Disconnect. Where's the coconuts?
Oh. Wait, are you saying you're a horse? Oh. Anyway, so... It is... the 12th day of Kalazen. It is the beginning of the week. It is getting very fucking cold. And you are a day's travel away from the Gleaming City. Anything else you need to do, prepare, say, or otherwise before you arrive at Artaviste.
So Frey, through chattering teeth, he'll say, Garrett, is your friend going to meet us there at the gate, or?
I let them know that we were going to arrive there, and basically give them a heads up to what was going on. I haven't gotten any correspondence back from them as to what they would do.
How would
So
you get
they-
correspondence? You left in the morning.
Exactly, and I told them that we were just leaving.
Well, I can't promise I won't be an icicle by the time the day is through.
No, but they should be we should be able to get up to the front there fairly easily, and get into it. I mean, is there a line for, from what I'm seeing there, is there a line for is it just
Generally
one long line?
speaking-
There's no like VIP pass line?
Generally speaking, you go up, like, there's the people who have to go through customs, and then the people who don't. So there is kind of a VIP, like, it really depends. Generally, people are sorted based on, you know, what's going on.
Well, I don't think we have to go through customs, or at least I'll try to get it so that we don't have to go through customs. Let's start with that, and I'll keep an eye out for my friends to see if they're there.
So for this last leg of the journey, perhaps Garrett's still distracted being so close to home again. Perhaps the tragedy of the previous days, or the exhaustion of this entire journey finally coming to a close, is getting to him, but he does what he can, focuses, and continues with a 3. And you cross one more bridge, you follow past a number of vineyards. It is... oh boy, there are some fucking nice vineyards, manors, some abandoned, some reclaimed. Occasionally just seeing Ducal guardsmen, mostly on horseback, some traveling in small groups on foot, moving around through these various settlements and just checking on things, seeing how people are doing. As the day grows longer, it is probably late afternoon, like 4 o'clock-ish, when you finally arrive in the very overcast, cold, biting... It's not a consistent wind. It's become this just occasional gust that just blasts you in the face coming from the mountains of the Westhart Timberland. That just blasts down on you, little by little. And one last major bridge. One foot in front of the other for just a couple more hours, and you can see in the distance slight faint of a glow through the dour, overcast afternoon. The walls of the gleaming city of Artaviste, home of the Lucian Brave, a city known to have never seen war, to have only been affected by the Black Sun, to have survived it better than any other place in Madara. The home of painters, poets, playwrights, and Garrett Redwater Vekanian. A place that has exported more culture and art than anywhere else since the fall of Einferris. And punctuating it is a line maybe 40 people long, waiting at the front gates. As you start to head towards the city, there is a very, stressed-looking Ducal guardsman who comes running up to you and just... Alright, what's your business here at Artaviste? We're having a very backed-up day today, so please, if you could just be quick, I could get you checked in, and we can prepare for the search, make sure that everything's looking good for you all.
Yes, I'm returning home to my estate. Garrett Vekanian.
He blinks for a moment, and for the second time in a few days, someone who is obviously not of the pay grade to handle this gives you a look of, oh, just one moment, and heads off to get someone else.
Man, life goals. I want to have that kind of clout.
About 2 minutes later, he comes running back, and, if you would, kind of looks... They're all with you.
Yes.
Ava the dog.
Yeah, yes, of course. The dog not allowed in?
No, it's fine. Just, come on. And, begins guiding you to the main gates, where you can see there is essentially it's the VIP lane you're taken to.
Disney Fast Pass.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Hopefully it doesn't end with a Star Wars hotel.
I did finally watch that.
No, it closed down.
I know. Jenny Nicholson put out a 4-hour video.
What is this war amongst the stars you're referring to?
Ha 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 ha.
Oh. So, you make your way up, and they quickly just, a couple of people come, and they just kind of look you up and down, Garrett, and they just kind of, confirm who you are, and then eventually, alright, we still need to do, motions you passed. But then, stops everyone else. They're already party, so we will be able to get them through. And I was like, quick, but we are going to have to still search them.
Of course, of course. We do, just as a heads up, we do have some materials that we were bringing in for the college. So
We
there's
were told that you were
will
allowed
probably-
in. Whatever else is happening, that is going to be handled by the bright security of the city. That is, of course, not letting you in. We're getting your party in quickly. And then kind of turns to the rest of you. If you all could just wait over there, please. And motions to a much smaller line that has a couple of people waiting. They look pretty rich and affluent. And then there's, 8 more people in the line now.
Okay. Have they left us alone? Each
Yeah,
other?
you guys are essentially in line alone. Garrett, you are free to go in if you'd like.
Okay.
Okay.
Or you can wait with your friends. It's up to you.
I'll wait with my friends.
Okay.
Okay. I'm frantically looking through my inventory to see what I can and can't keep.
I'd say, guesstimate, you guys probably have roughly 10 or 15 minutes before you're gonna start going in.
Yeah. Okay. Just to make sure, among
closed bottle
us,
liquids.
I mean, yes, but
And weapons.
yes, lots. Okay. Okay. So just to make sure, Mira, you have the Vekanian heart, right?
Yes.
I think I gave the Dreamer's Anchor to someone.
Molly has
Molly
it now.
has it.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. I'm gonna take that out of my inventory just so I don't.
Please don't.
Forget.
I need to remember it's in someone's
Oh, no.
inventory, and
I
Molly
just
doesn't
did.
get.
Okay.
Molly
Alright, I'll put it
doesn't
back.
get
That's
an
fine.
inventory,
Oh, okay. That's fine. I'll put it back in.
or at least she doesn't have an organized one.
Okay.
Put it on like Henriette, or just have it somewhere.
Here, that's fine. Okay, I have a vial of burst frost fire, but I think that's probably fine. And we have the lantern, which, whatever we're doing with that, I guess.
Yeah, whatever you're doing with that, I guess.
I mean, we literally don't have control over it. It follows us, so I guess we really can't do anything about that one. But
Theoretically, if it follows us, maybe we can throw it away out here and it'll reappear when we're inside the city.
Alright.
yeah,
Maybe. What if someone else picks it up, though?
yeah.
Also, we're already in line, so they would
That
probably
is true.
see it if we just
It will be
dropped
suspicious.
the lantern.
It is so funny to imagine, like you're in line at the TSA and frankly, frantically pulling bags of cocaine out and chucking them in the car.
The amnesty bin. The amnesty bin.
Oh.
It's not on me. You can't get me for it.
That's not my luggage. You can't prove that's mine.
About 2 moments later, there's 2 people ahead of you at this point. It looks like a husband and wife who have arrived from somewhere nearby based on the fact that they don't have any packs or anything. Looks like they've walked, so it could be more than a couple hours at most. They're waiting, and then there's this loud shriek and then like a hubbub of arguing coming from the other side of the gate. Also, is Rowan still wearing Mira's winter dress?
No, that was just for the night. I would
Okay.
have given it back in the morning.
Listen, I need to know who's going to get fucking attacked for being a blasphemer.
Me.
But yeah, so Frey is like pushing himself up onto his tiptoes, trying to see what's going on.
You see what seems like a couple of the Duke Hall guards are arguing with someone. You can't tell. They seem like really short. Like, you can't tell. They're like arguing down at someone.
Well, what do you think is going on?
It's on the other side of the gate.
Yeah. Yeah, like, you can, like, see through that there's some kind of commotion on the other side of the gate, but you can't make out exactly what it is.
Yeah.
And then, a moment later, finally they kind of move, and you just hear, and I'm not going to hear another fucking word of it! Now out of the way, I want to see my goddamn husband!
Oh!
And, you see a woman in a wheelchair.
Oh no.
Wearing a black dress, a cloak over it with long, wavy, curly, red hair that pushes herself through, and, like, you can see she is shrieking at anyone who gets in her way. And she, like, looks up and sees Garrett and just, Mr. Redwater, what the fuck are you doing in this line? Get over here now.
Oh, Viv. I hurry over to her and give her a hug as best I can in the wheelchair.
Oh, this has been a stressful time for me, Garrett.
I know,
Lovely,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Redwater. How could this have went any worse? Don't fret not. This is temporary. They are confident they are going to be able to fix me, and I'll be kicking ass in no time. Literally, in some cases, with how these people have been fucking treating me. Now, she turns around. You're going to let my husband and every single person that he vouches for here pass. There are going to be no inspections because I am not waiting another goddamn second before we are going to be at our home together. Do you all understand? Or do I need to take this to the Duchess and have a writ that will make you all on fucking duty watching the goddamn streets for the rest of your lives? And none of them lock eyes with her as they all just begin moving away and just motioning you all past.
At this point, shortly as we had gotten to the gate, Garrett had put the earring back in. So if Rohan had the other earring in, he would have just gotten a lot of just pride and a very much, that's my wife.
I think you're just getting like, holy shit, she rocks. Thank God.
Yes, thank you, dear. Why don't here? I wave everyone over. Everyone, this is my wife, Vivian Viacourt. Vivian, these are my traveling companions and friends, and I would introduce them each in turn.
She kind of like before she gets to individual introduction, she just kind of looks to all of you and, you've done a good job keeping him so clean. I was expecting him to come back looking like some homeless woods, but look at him. My lovely husband does not look like an absolute keg of trash. And she like scratches at the side of his beard with a very bright smile, and then just kind of like, I appreciate every one of you.
Well, you wouldn't be saying that if you'd seen me a week or so ago. But yeah, made sure to clean up a little bit before we get here.
Oh,
Um,
Gerrit.
we've
You
had
are
a
too kind. You are too sweet.
long journey, but
And her eyes just kind of go wide. And what is Dorian?
I was hoping you might have more information
No,
on
he
him.
left here
He
some time
never,
ago. He's looking for you.
I never found him. He never found me. I was waiting in Leska where he said to wait for him, but I ran into my friends Grieg and Rohan, and we just I couldn't wait any longer. And so we headed on down to Alasir, and from Alasir all the way here. But I never met him.
That does not,
Doesn't
does
bode
not
well.
inspire confidence of the highest order, but... Well, once we get home, we will talk about it more. And, I assume you all go through introductions while walking towards the,
Yes,
towards the Via Court estate. If there's
absolutely.
anything specific you guys wish to do besides, hi, I'm X, I did Y, I think Z about Garrett. Anything beyond that, feel free to let me know.
Nothing in particular. I think Frey would just be, his regular friendly self. He'd specifically address her as Lady Vitacourt. And he'd just say that, oh, I've heard so much about you. Clearly light up Garrett's life.
Well, everything is just droll beige and brown with him. Someone has to light it up. Latest thing about him is that gray in his beard.
Frey chuckles a bit at that.
Now, you all made it so far here. What? Why? Not to take anything away from my lovely husband, but why?
Well-
I think we all sort of have our own reasons for coming, but we met up and it seemed like traveling together was better than traveling alone.
Of course, but once he was on a ship, I mean, at that point, what is there to do? We will. Let us focus. I am frozen and angry, and I need to get warm, and then we will have a nice long conversation about the incredibly stupid risks my husband took when he has a wife at home that is trying to wage a war.
Yeah.
And with that, you guys are guided through Artaviste. Garrett and Vivian leading. You head through the major districts of the city, eventually ending up at the northwesternmost portions, the Palace District, where you go through another set of gates to the palace grounds, and here one of the probably the fourth or fifth largest standalone building in the entire palace you are guided to, the Viacor estate.
Drake this whole time is just looking around like shell-shocked. He has never seen this much wealth in his life.
Yeah.
Garrett's very proud, very relieved to see his wife, but he's also a little embarrassed for everyone to be seeing this particular side of him, you know, having seen the more rough and tumble road traveler, and then having everyone see, oh yeah, by the way, there's the palace, and right next door is my house.
I think like Rohan is thinking to you, like, listen, as somebody who's been poor for most of my life, don't ever feel ashamed about having money. Be proud of that shit. There's no honor in living on the streets.
Upon entering, there are, like, by the time you get onto the grounds, there are multiple servants who meet you. They take all of your things. All of your clothes are immediately being taken off to be cleaned outside of what you're wearing. They are more than willing to, like, get everything taken care of. They ask if you're hungry from your journey, what your preferred dishes are. They start, like, there are literally probably half a dozen people who meet you guys and start asking these questions.
Just something warm.
Yeah.
Please.
Like, I'm starving. I'll take anything.
One of them
Just something solid
runs
and
ahead to let the on-site chef know, and they
a
also
couple of hot toddies.
begin to double up on making sure that fires are blasted to keep you guys warm. You go in through the very tall, probably 14, 16 foot tall double doors that are the entryway to the Viacor estate. There is a long entry hall, and on both sides you can see paintings, of which probably at least half of them are worth more than everything currently on your person. A couple of the places where paintings would hang seem to be missing, though. And once you get into the main foyer, you can see where there is a, like, off to the right, there is a hallway with a collapse on it where it looks like everything kind of collapsed. You can see there is a very large, like, temporarily, like, it's essentially, you know, sawhorses, but it looks like they were painted to look good. Garrett, you would know that that is where the main dining room, the entertainment hall, and the separate theater room were.
And that's the area that looks, like, damaged?
It looks like the entire roof caved in.
I am extremely glad to be back and to see you alive, Viv, but, what happened? I didn't get much explanation in the letter.
It was a party, you know. One of a million. And there was an explosion, and then another, and then another. A lot of family did not make it. Our chef was in the blast. She just shakes her head. A lot of good people died.
If she would have let me, I would have been pushing the wheelchair for her.
No, she refuses to let you do that. You are not allowed.
Not allowed. Okay.
No,
but,
she will have yelled at you if you fucking tried to touch it.
All right. I would have at the very least at that, then I would have put my hand on her shoulder and given it a good squeeze. And I'm sorry I wasn't here for this. I know there's.
You would be dead too. Not being here is the only thing that kept me alive. There's nothing to
How-
worry about here, Gerrit.
How did you survive? How weren't you caught in that?
I went to go piss, and I had just gotten back. Pure chance.
Pure chance.
Pure chance, Gerrit. Oh, pure chance.
I always said your bladder was was gonna be the death of me, but this time, I just
Perhaps
give her
it still
another
will.
big hug. But
She looks down in frustration. I will fix this. They still work. They're just weak. So weak. I said it would take time. I would need something. She shakes her head. They will fix it. We'll find out how. I am confident.
I know they will. I know that you will not rest until they have.
But I will also not rest until the fuckers who did this are caught.
We
And I want you to
ran
do
in-
that, Gerrit.
You want me to catch them?
I want you to fucking find them, because the brights have been useless. The Ducal Guard are lost. I know you
We-
can do it.
I don't know if this is relevant to it or not, but we heard rumors about the poor Robins. Were they related to any of this that you're aware
Probably.
of?
I don't know. It was so instant, there was no information. There's been nothing. Perhaps you and your newfound army here will be able to guide us in the right direction. And at this point, she just like gulps and turns to the rest of you. You find something. Give me a direction. Give me something I can point to. I want the Ducal Guard to raise a fucking army and bring down whoever did this. You get anything. As long as you are hunting, the resources of the Viacor estate are at your disposal. I will sell
You can consider
every
them as good as dead.
fucking painting in this house. I will sell every statue. I will sell everything I own if it means we bring to justice the fuckers that did this.
I look back at my friends. We've been through a lot to get here, and I really wish I have your support in this.
Where you
know
go,
that-
I go.
Of course, I'll help however I can.
Of course.
Yeah.
For the second time in less than a week, Garrett is crying again. But this time, they're happy tears.
You feel Vivian's hand on your shoulder as she slowly like lifts herself to stand up, and incredibly shakily and obviously using all of her weight on her arm to lean on you, she gives you a big hug and just starts crying into your shoulder.
I give her a hug back as best I can, and we'll find who did this. Find who hurt you and our family. I promise it.
Dorian's out there somewhere too. We'll find him, right?
Nah, yes. Yes, of course. You know I would go to the ends of the world for him, and he for me.
Mr. Durrett had already informed me of your arrival. You were imminently coming, and I've arranged a meeting with the Duchess. It will be this evening. She turns to the rest of you. I assume you're okay with dressing up, being comfortable in a dinner party?
Oh, of course.
We might need to help one or two of them with some proper outfits, but
Trig and Roland look at each other very guiltily.
I was gonna say, me
But,
would be looking over at Strig and Roland. Like, oh no, they're not gonna be comfortable at all.
Perhaps a proper shave. And she looks over at Rowan. This one looks like he has taken good care, but it has been a long road, has it not?
Yeah.
We'll get you everything you need. I'll be cleaned up. You will see the Duchess. We have until then to debrief her on our plans. I'm sorry to bring you into a war against an enemy we do not know, but I'm not letting this attack on my family, my friends, everyone go so lightly. I just have not had the support I needed before now. Thank you, all of you. Your kindness will be repaid. That I promise.
We wouldn't be here without Garrett, so there's nothing to repay.
She just shakes her head. There will be. I'm sure there will be. Now, tell me everything. Tell me how my husband so bravely made it halfway across the world in such a quick time. And she heads over towards the temporary dining room. It looks like they have Garrett, the second kitchen that is normally used for. So there's one kitchen for food preparation, and then another one that is actually for cooking. It looks like the food preparation kitchen has been converted into a temporary dining room. And she guides everyone in there. And she listens to your story. You all are treated to the finest food that Artaviste can muster on half an hour's time. And the rage in every single word that Vivian Viacor seems to speak, in every action, every nod of her head, every flick of her wrist, every dart of her eye, there is just a rage and a bitter anger behind it. It is palpable just how much it means to her, but how much she genuinely means she wants to wage a war right now.
Just for clarification real quick, so her parents are still alive?
Let me check.
Because out of the people that she mentioned have died,
Let me
she
check.
said it was a bunch of family
Yes,
and
I need to
the cook. Okay.
It looks like neither of her parents died in the attack.
Okay.
Though her father has like some severe that dude is like close to like bedbound. Like he's in real rough shape. So they don't really leave they have essentially a separate place closer to a doctor because things are not good for her dad.
Okay.
They don't get out much for parties. Otherwise, yeah, you guys spend the next little while. It is... I mean, is there anything you're leaving out, or is this just a full debrief of your journey up till now?
I would say it's a fairly full debrief. I probably wouldn't have told her that I intentionally shot the child quite yet.
Yeah, I understand, but like
facts wise, I mean, I think.
Are you giving her the down and dirty at all of your party members?
I would not tell her that Strieg was originally an assassin, but I would say that he got in trouble. That he got in trouble and had to flee from Vreeland originally.
Are you gonna explain why he and Roland are twins?
No, we're just twins. We're just twin
Yeah.
brothers, that's all.
Great.
I will also stare Garrett away from any mention of the ghost stuff.
Yeah, I would keep a lockdown on that. Just say that Frey has some magic. No magic. Well, no magic. I was gonna say with
Frey
like
is
the
totally
fortunes.
normal.
Frey,
Yes,
well, I was gonna say with the
He's a
fortunes.
fortune teller. Okay,
yeah.
yes.
With the fortunes and futures.
I'll share everything. Fucking.
You can tell your wife whatever you think is pertinent for your wife to know.
I will keep Mira's unlife a secret. But I will say that we basically found her like in suspended animation or something along those lines.
Yeah. Sure.
So, the next couple of hours are her guiding this conversation between all of these different people, learning as much as she can about all of you, trying to understand just the fucking hell that it was getting here. Obviously, the story of the flesh tree and the favor that you now have with the Lucian Ray.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Fill her in on the. I might not go super in detail into the flesh tree and how blowing that up and that part, but
yeah.
I will go into that there's some kind of weird monster that was a tree and we killed it.
But eventually, the afternoon turns to evening, and the food gives way to you guys essentially being pulled apart and getting groomed proper. Beards are cut short. You are given a 5-minute debrief on proper duchy just manners and things like that. How to bow, when to talk, when not to talk. How to address people. What to wear. How to stand.
Yep, all that fun stuff.
Haircuts.
Oh boy.
Strieg, they offer to throw away your old ratty hat.
I refuse.
They take it to be washed.
That's fine.
You will not be wearing a weird traveling cap to the Duchess's evening party. Let me tell you that. You thought what Cassie made you wear was fancy. You don't fucking know the half of it.
Oh God.
We get to all pick fancy outfits for next session.
No, you're pretty much being forced to wear what they tell you to.
But I can wear anything.
Yeah.
Until Viv stares at you.
I mean, I can wear something that's the appropriate amount of fancy.
And, for the rest of the time, you are, as I said, getting split up, getting your hair cut, beards trimmed, measurements taken. They will be custom hemming and sewing, making sure that all of the outfits fit all of you perfectly. Court manners, all that fun stuff. You'll be doing a debrief on the intentions of your investigation, who you will be working with on the Vekanian side, and any information that they have. And on top of that, Vivian does let it slip that the Duchess Ariane de Marie is very relieved to have heard about your safe return, Garrett, and wants to see you personally.
Okay. The Duchess wants to see me personally.
Yeah, she's
Which is
happy that you made it
unusual. I
back.
mean, she knows me. She's been to my wedding and parties, but it's
Yeah.
kind of unusual that she's asking to personally see me.
Yes, but with that, the evening grows long and turns to night, and with that, you all begin to get into very uncomfortable clothes and prepare for a party the likes of which you never thought you would be a part of. And it is here in the heart of the safest place in Madara, where tragedy struck not but a scant few months ago, as you finally have found the end of this leg of your journey, and hopefully we'll see what comes next. As relief, exhaustion, anticipation, all of these different emotions, the idea that this journey, these goals, this war will never actually be over. It is just one more thing. Here at the Vekanian estate, that we will be ending tonight's session. Oh boy! Welcome to Artaviste.
We have arrived at long last.
Welcome to Vivian Vekanian.
I love
She's
her.
turned into a war general.
I would die for her.
Ruh-roh.
I love that for her.
It's almost like when most of your extended family gets killed in a terrorist attack, you get radicalized.
Mm-hmm.
Funny how that happens.
I'm gonna go to bed.
That was a fucking night. This was fun, you guys. This was so much fun. You guys
Yeah.
made it. I'm so proud of you. You didn't... Garrett rolled
Fight
bad. Nothing
any-
interesting
yeah.
happened. And you made it to Artaviste.
Nobody
Yay.
died. Nobody got hurt.
Oh, God. Next week, you guys have... Oh, very fun. I'm excited. Everyone's gonna have funny clothing. Look fancy.
Oh God.
No weapons on them. Oh, it's gonna be great.
I hate this already.
Until
I
next week,
am
you
a
guys.
weapon.
Until next week. Oh boy, I'm so excited already.
Good night.
See
Yeah.
ya.